and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? Then mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show. Homie, I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler in cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got you clapped with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out nigga like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, but fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga. It'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. You know, that's Brother Eric, 16 to Life. Go out to his webpage. Check him out at 16 to Life. Or you can go to his website, 16tolife.com. Get some good music. Get some all his merch, you know, and maybe even give some advice with him. Or you might want to put him on a project. You might say, hey, Brother Eric, I need a song for this. I need a song. I need something, you know, put him to work. Good brother, man. Good brother. Good brother. All right. I have to we gotta keep it moving today because one of my boys is graduating from school today. So I gotta get out of here early today. Yeah, he graduated from college today. So I gotta get up out of here. They expect me to go. They expect me to be there, so I'm gonna have to. Besides financially supporting the situation, I gotta actually sit in the aisles. But no, he's a good dude, so I'm a support him, man. That's my dude right there. So he's a great helper of mine around the house. So I appreciate him. Thank God for him. What about you? You thank God today? Did you thank God today for for making your life a little easier? Well, if I got all these bills, I can't thank God. I got all these bills. Do you? You really think you really think you got problems? Brother Clarence has seen so many people with so many serious issues. I just don't understand how people can't just thank God for just being able to take a deep breath or go to the restroom on their own or eat a nice meal. Or, I mean, or have family around them that love them. We so we so crazy, man. We running around here just not appreciating anything that's God has given us, man. But I guess like most of us, we have to pass by death to realize, wow, wow, life is much too valuable to just run around wishing you had what you see your brother or your sister having. You know what I'm saying? But you know what? Y'all will get it later, man. I'm just your little brother trying to talk to you. Maybe about 20 years, you'll get what I'm saying. You go, oh, that's what he was talking about. I get it now. I get it. He tried to tell us, but we wasn't having it because we was too busy chasing the bag. I'm a bag chaser. I'm a bag catcher. I'm a bag chaser. You know what I mean? And that's cool to chase the bag. You know what I'm saying? You got to have some money in America, man. America's a, what do you call that? America's a capitalist society. You're gonna have to chase the bag at some point, right? Shout out to Risa Neal. Risa Neal, man. The die hard, man. We need you. We need you, Risa. We got, when you in the chat things. I don't know, man. I'm just doing the math. When you're there, usually doesn't get out of hand. Typically doesn't get out of hand. So appreciate you having you over there, sis. Appreciate you. Thank you for all you do. Because without all of y'all help, I can't push the message that I'm trying to push. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I'm not, excuse me, not trying to push no religion on nobody. I'm just trying to push us treating each other right. That's all, man. Let's treat each other right. Let's get our people out of the mess they're in, and let's qualify them and get them competitive. Because, like I said, we live in America, and it's a competitive environment. So let's get our people competitive. All right. Thank you, Sister Reza. OG Patrice in the house. Shut down in the house. Um, that's my sister, man. You know what, man? I could tell y'all so much about OG Patrice, man, about just the heart of the sister. But you see her already, man. You see her already. You see for yourself, man. Just a golden heart, man. Now, she can't get mad at you. If you trip on her, she can't get mad at you. But yeah, the sister got a beautiful heart, man. So um, and I hopefully she have time to come up here today because we're gonna talk to y'all about something that's really uh it's really we get a mythical viewpoint of it, and we don't really dive into it and find out what's actually going on, what's the reality, right? A lot of us get told that black women are just destroying the welfare system, when in actuality, uh, uh, white people are actually the biggest consumers of government aid by far, by far. But shout out to OG Patrice, good sister, man. If you ever have the blessing and the opportunity to just sit down and talk to the sister, you'll see what I'm talking about. All right, shout out to you, Patrice. All right, brother D, glad to have you in the building, man. But D says, I never saw the movie, but I've seen other content creators speak on it. That movie ruined black women's mindset. I don't know about that, D. it was made to program black women to not respect or honor black men. I don't know. Yeah, you got to watch the movie, brother. I don't, I don't think that was the overall message. I'm sure it has some points in there that you could take it that way, but you got to go, brother D. You know, the one thing I've learned: don't take nobody's word for it, man. Go look for it. Even mine. Go look at it for yourself. That way, you have your own version and viewpoint of everything. So, you know, you come to the table, you can, you know, speak more about it because I can see how other content creators could say something like that. But in my opinion, if you watch the movie for yourself, you probably won't get that idea. You probably won't say to yourself, "Well, they trying to program black women into not being respectful to men." I don't think so. If you watch the movie in its totality. But anyway, good to see you, brother D. Glad to have you in the building, man. Always, man. You up, man? You up, brother? You say, "What's up, brother?" You up, brother? You up? Birds and the bees, man. We got a treat on Sunday, man. Rico was out in the backyard, and the birds were chirping, and I'm listening to those birds chirp behind him talking. And I said to myself, "Wow, man! If the birds can chirp and thank God for just their existence, what's wrong with us?" Right? The birds praising God every time they open their mouth. We think about God only when we get our foot stuck in the mud. Right? We get our foot stuck in the mud now. Now we oh God, oh God, oh God. So we should. I'm not saying you shouldn't think about God at that point, but I'm saying what about the other times when you just go outside? It's a beautiful day. Your car starts up. Everything's going good. We take all those things for granted. Oh, my car started. Oh, okay. Or my children are all in bed safe. Let me tell you something. Let me show you when you're a good mother and a good father, but especially a father. Let me show you when you've done your job as a father. If all your children live in the same house with you, if all your children live in the same house with you, this is something obviously you can't do if all your children don't live in the same under the same roof with you. But if all your children live under the same roof with you, let me show you how God will show you that you did a good job. If all your children live in the same under the same roof with you, and you can go in all their bedrooms and you look and they're all in those beds sleeping, that's God saying, "Good job. Job well done today. Job well done." You can do that. That job well done. But we're gonna get back to all that, man. We're gonna get back to all that. Right now, I got my sister OG Patrice. OG Patrice, are you in the building?
I'm in the building, bro. Good morning.
Good morning to you, sis. How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. How you doing this morning? Salute, salute to the chat.
You know what? Blessed is the best word in English I could use. If there was another word I could use, sis, I would use it. But blessed is the best word I can use in English. I can't complain. I got a boy graduating from college today, so I got to get out of here. That's a blessing right there. And then after that, we're gonna sit down and grind out what he gonna do next. Okay, what's your next move? So we got to sit
Right.
down and grind that out. But I'm gonna give him about a couple of days to party down.
Yeah, that's a beautiful thing. And blessed is the perfect word to say.
Yeah, you know that, sis.
Take a
When you,
look around. You we
yeah,
blessed.
yeah, you know that having a son that has had so many major achievements, accomplishments. You know that once every little accomplishment, you got to give him. You know what I'm saying? You got to praise him to push him on to the next one. So yeah, we do
Absolutely.
that today.
And
All right,
make sure you
sis.
do congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. Whew, whew, it was you, as you know, it's a lot of work. People,
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
A lot of hard work.
it's a lot of work involved in that, man. You know, but hey, you know, God is good, man. He you know, helped out a lot, and a lot of people helped us a lot. You know, he's got a lot of people in his corner, so I appreciate all of those people that helped that move that along, as well as me and his mom. All
It really,
right,
really
girl.
does take a village. It takes a village.
Yeah, that's what we doing here. Okay, so check this out, sis. What I want to do is talk about single black moms, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you the mythical. I'm gonna give you the mythical version of the single black mother. Uh, welfare queen, um, not working, scamming different dudes out of money, 5 or 6 baby daddies. What else? Uh, no contribute to society at all. And the main thing is producing criminals and releasing them into the wild out here. I mean, do you? That's what I see people. The message that people be spreading about single black men, especially in single black women, single black moms, especially in the manosphere. But I noticed that it's not. You used to say stuff like that about black women, and people would say, "Well, nah, what you talking about?" People, even men, we would stop each other and say, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, what you talking about?" But I noticed it's getting more acceptable. Is that something that you're seeing out here, or do you see something different? What do you see out here?
And no, I see the same conversation. I see, a lot of men in the manosphere has been speaking on this subject in that manner, in that way, like single motherhood is the worst thing in the world, like it's public enemy number one now, and especially in our community, and
Yeah,
a lot of times to speak that type of rhetoric is sometimes can be a detriment, to our community. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world that has happened to black women. I think a lot of those black men come from single black mothers,
right,
for the most part. Of course, we know that uh, children raised in a two-parent household is the best thing, the healthiest thing, the wisest thing, but it don't always happen that way. And sometimes single motherhood don't don't happen just because the man left the home or the woman and the man is not together anymore. Sometimes the father passes away or gets locked up,
right.
in prison. So it's different scenarios that comes with that. But I think it's definitely a different cycle and a different generation and a different conversation to be had regarding single black women that were mothers back then when Claudine came out compared to now. So it's gonna be an interesting conversation.
Okay. All right. So now what I want to do is to start off by uh, kind of discussing one of the myths. The myths is that the single black moms don't want to work; they just want to lay around and do. Okay, so in the movie Claudine, we're going to start from pretty much the beginning where she gets on the bus with. Now all of most of the sisters are working for white families. So what they do is they get on the bus in the black community, and they get on the bus and they ride out to the white communities, and most of them are maids or some type of service industry type person out there, right?
Mhm.
And so they're kind of like all in similar fields, so they kind of just sit on the bus and talk to each other, right?
Yeah.
All right, so let's see a little bit of this because I want to debunk the whole all single black moms are. Now, of course, there's some that are abusing the system, but I want to debunk the general idea that black women who didn't want to work now don't want to work. They just want to sit around. Okay, so let's watch this.
All right.
I keep laying there thinking, maybe I'm going crazy. Lord, maybe I always been crazy. No, honey. I know what's wrong with you. You didn't have your cereal. But I don't ever eat no cereal. Well, I said you didn't have your cornflakes. Girl, don't you know a woman has to have vitamin F? I've been fooling myself about that for a long time, honey. Long time. But I
I want to stop right here, sis, just for a second.
Hmm.
Now, I'm gonna tell you what I just saw. I just saw a group of black women supporting each other, right? I mean, they joking about this and that, but basically they're kind of supporting each other, right?
Yes,
Do you see that less today, or more, or what? What do you see out there today?
I do see less of a support system from the sisterhood. When you look at back then, and people have to realize that this was in the 70s, right? When
Yes, man.
this movie came out. So this is actually uh, truth to a lot of what was going on back then. Um, Even though there were women like these women, I have a couple aunties. Back then, I remember when I was younger growing up, and they were either maids in a hotel or they were maids for uh, white wealthy people.
Yeah,
And that is the scenario, of the type of domestic work that they did back then when I was younger coming up. So I remember this like sense of community, sense of sisterhood that my aunties and them used to have in support of each other that were
yeah.
single black moms. So yeah. Hmm.
So my thing is, okay, if you
And,
seeing it
and, and
less,
bro, I don't want to say it don't exist. I just don't see it in this sense anymore because I think that, of course, with generations and time changing, I think the sisterhood is more every female for themselves type of thing. It's
uh,
not. It's not. It's not so much of a support system anymore. Because like I said, when I used to come up, my aunties them or they girlfriends them, they used to babysit each other kids
yeah,
if they
hear
had
that?
to work, if they had to do, you know what I mean? And
Yeah,
so yeah, I'll just say that.
yeah. I remember. I remember it was a lady that lived behind my aunt that babysitted everybody's kids in the neighborhood.
Hmm.
Shout out to Miss Clarice, man. She was she was, what I'm saying, and everybody thought, all the kids thought she was soft when you wasn't under her care, but she was, because she was light skinned, right? Everybody thought, oh, she ain't gonna, man. Miss Clarice would go upside your behind, just like
Yeah,
anybody
like
else.
like like you said, shout out. I had one in my neighborhood. She babysitted. She definitely babysitted me and my brothers and sisters
Yeah,
while my mother worked. So
yeah.
shout out to Miss Red. Rest in peace. God bless her soul.
Rest in peace.
But yeah, we had plenty of that in neighborhood. My mother befriended her, and she lived literally right next door to us, around the corner. And yeah, when my mother had to go to work, yeah, she would babysit us. So
That was that.
yeah.
hey, hey, and Patrice, try bucking Miss Clarice. Try
Oh
it. Try
man,
it.
man, I was Miss Red. Miss Red
Miss
didn't play
Red.
that.
Try bucking Miss Red.
Listen, my mom already gave her permission to whoop our butts if we got out of
Same
line.
here.
See, that's how it was back then, But now, folk don't want you to touch their kids, or you go to jail for touching somebody else's kid.
yes. Yes. But like you said, I don't see it like, I mean, it may be out there, but I don't see it like that anymore. I don't see it like where we supporting each other to this degree anymore. And I was
Right.
going to ask you, why do you think that is?
Uh, uh, Generational changes, mindsets, in a way that the new generation was raised by younger mothers. That it took a turn somewhere with the community and the village raising the children. So you don't see so much helping you raise your children. You don't
Right.
see so much of that no more. We come up where, like you said, it was that misread or this Miss Clarity on the block, you
Yeah.
know, watched out for you, looked out for you. Not you don't see that so much. You in the neighborhood now in the community, you don't even know who your neighbor is.
Yeah. A lot of
And you could be living next door to somebody for years and not know who they are. You barely speak. Just a different. It's a different system. it's a different code. It's a different set of values, that single mothers are raising their children now opposed to back then.
Single fathers too.
Oh yeah,
I had a
absolutely.
neighbor. I had a neighbor. I mean, you made when you said that, it clicked with me. I had a neighbor for many years, and he had a wife. They were from Mexico, and he had a wife for probably about 8 or 9 years, and she just left. She left him. She left the children. She left. She just left everything and went back to Mexico. Right.
Mhm.
So he had to raise those children um, alone. I mean, they were probably toddlers when she decided to leave. I think they were probably toddlers, maybe 5 years old, maybe max. The daughter 3 or 4, and so he had to raise them on his own.
Yeah.
And you know, they were going to school, everything. Every, you know, we was like, damn, man, he's doing it all on his own. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah, I saw some of that too growing up,
oh,
as a
let me
kid
let
as
me let me
well.
finish, Patrice. Let me finish.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
So we was thinking, oh man, it's great. We were really like, yeah, man, good for him. Yeah. What happened was, one day, my wife had a friend. My wife had a friend um, that was Mexican, and she just happened to be visiting one day,
Mhm.
and so uh, her and this lady started. The girl was about 15 and came walking up the street looking all disheveled. So my wife and her friend was like in the driveway talking because my wife's friend was about to go home, and the girl came up to my wife's friend, speaking, telling her in Spanish what was going on, and so my wife's friend was telling her, "Hey, look, if you want to go with me, I'll take you home." And she's like, "No, I can't because I got some other things I gotta do, But I just need to get it off my mind." What ended up happening was this dude had been abusing this girl for like 10 years. He had just
Oh,
been
the
abusing
daughter.
the daughter,
Yeah.
daughter.
Wow.
And he was just
Yeah.
abusing the daughter, and it was just a bad situation. And ended up ultimately taking his house from him, taking his children from him. When all this came out, they ended up taking everything from this dude, man. 'Cause,
Was he saying her?
yeah,
Oh
yeah,
wow.
yeah,
It's so funny you saying that. It's the same thing happened in my neighborhood to this guy that would that had custody of his daughters, and he was a Spanish guy. But I'm gonna tell you that story after you tell yours.
okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay. So anyway, my point with that is that you know um it's things like that well, I don't know if it's more happening now, but we talking about it more. It's more being put out there because I'm telling you, we had no clue. They would go out. His kids would go outside and play with our kid, with everybody's kids, like everything else, and it wouldn't hit. You had no clue. I don't know.
Yeah.
It just it was just like he would call her in more, but
Hmm.
when you never noticed it, right? You never really noticed it. And so I thought, oh man, well, maybe he wants her to cook, and because she cooked all the meals. She said all that. She cooked the
Hmm.
meals and everything. So, um, and she stayed there to help the brother get through school, right? The little boy get through school. And but when she turned 18, boom, she was out of there. Well, they had taken him anyway, but I mean, she never came. She never came back. But
Yeah.
yeah, that was the point I brought that up is to say that now we start losing trust in each other because we don't really know what's going on in somebody's house,
Yep.
right? You really don't know what's going on in somebody's house. Okay, hold on, real quick, Patrice. Shout out to Sister Annie. Glad to have you in the building, sister. Good to see you once again. All right. Patrice, what's your story?
Yeah. It's similar story. The mother. I can't remember what happened to the mother, but he had custody of his two daughters. He had two daughters, And he was real. I mean, this guy was so cool with everybody in the neighborhood. You know, we used to play cards together and
Yeah.
all. Now his daughter was real young, and I remember, you know, that she was just very shy and withdrawing. And you know, and a lot of times kids, some kids are just naturally shy and withdrawing.
Right.
But yeah, she was like that type of kid. But man, when we found out and it came out that he had been SM in her,
Oh,
you know, his daughter. Now, now this is what happened back in the day. Now, back in the day where I come from, you hear some stuff like that in the hood,
yeah.
man. My
Yeah.
brothers and uncles and a bunch of them guys got to that man.
Holy smokes.
Ooh, I'm saying they put them paws on him and then threw him in the car and took him down to the police station
Oh,
based off the story that the daughter and he had a lady too. She was black. He was Mexican,
oh
and she came down and told my brother and them, and the word got out to all the guys in the neighborhood. Man,
man.
he came home from work one day. They was waiting on him. Man, they let him have it, man, and then called the Pope, the Popo, and then nothing happened to none of them men. Then they took him, man. When police got there and took him, he was so messed up. They had to also call the ambulance, and we never saw that man again. We never
Yeah,
saw him.
he was lucky. He lucky he didn't lose his life, man. Yeah, man. You can't. A lot of people ain't gonna let you mess with them children. Ain't gonna mess
Yep,
with
yep,
children, man. Yeah, the
yeah,
same thing pretty much happened to this dude, except for nobody on the street jumped on him because when this all came out, I forgot who it was that called the police. I know it was my wife who was because my wife was like, "Should I call? Should I call?" And before she even had a chance to call, they was already out there. They was
mm,
already out there, and this man lost everything. He
yeah.
lost
As
everything.
he should have. He
Yeah,
should
as
have.
he should have. Yeah, man. But I'm just saying, I think that's where the distrust start coming in, where we start saying, you don't know what's going on in people's house, so maybe let me just don't do that no more. Let me just not trust. We start not trusting each other as much. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Hmm. Absolutely. And then, you know, with all these new laws about putting your hands on kids and, you
Yeah,
know, and then the parents, you know, have this sense of don't touch my kid mentality too. So, you know, a lot of times parents, you know, your neighbors or whatever could see something going on and they won't even say nothing. They can maybe see your kid out there acting up and acting bad. And it's almost like, you know, they scared to say something to the parent because they'll get cussed out.
exactly. Okay.
But back then, it was more a sense of a community. Like I said, it was a village. Village raised us. My whole community. A lot of
Yeah,
OGs in my neighborhood. You know, they raised us, looked out for us, made sure we was going to school, that type of thing. You know.
remember
So
that?
yep,
Even the gangbangers back then would be like, "Hey,
yes,
go to school, go to
yes,
school." You know, what I mean, they would tell you go to school, right?
yep.
But now, holy smokes! What's up, Wrinkly?
Hey, how's it going? Y'all know I come in here on CP time.
I
Yeah,
see that.
we know, bro,
I
Rickly.
know.
We
look,
Me and, me and
look, y'all not gonna take my black card.
Me and Patrice know how black people do it. We
Y'all
we
not gonna
already
take
know
my
how
black card. I'm gonna keep
how
my
your
black
folks
card.
do it. You know how your folks do, man.
I'm
They
gonna
get
be
there.
fashionably late no matter what.
I get there when I get there. Okay. All right.
I
All
see
right.
y'all going in on y'all started on Claudine. That's good.
Yeah,
Hey,
we
you
was
know I see Mr. Rucker down there in the chat starting a ruckus already.
yeah. Tell him to explain himself because he said
Yeah, because I
Claudine
see what it
movement
is,
itself is destructive to the culture. So
and
tell us how.
part of the see that's where a little bit I take exception with this current generation because they're always looking at things through the eyes of the present and not the eyes of the past. You know,
Okay.
they overlook we was gonna have this or we was gonna have nothing.
Okay.
We can even start from that position. So just to see if you even wanted black relationships to be represented on the big screen at all, it was Claudine or it wasn't going to be
Right.
at all. So we didn't. They sometimes get caught up in the freedoms that they have today, which we all enjoy. I enjoy it today.
Right.
There's shit that I know I can say and act the way today that I couldn't act 30 years ago.
Right.
Or 40 years ago. It was a lot tougher on us. I remember the cops, they'd crack a young black boy in the head with a damn billy club and a heartbeat and wouldn't think twice about it.
Oh man,
Or
just throw you in jail, leave you in jail for 2 or 3 days or weeks.
Right. There were no cell phones and there was no marches and rallies and so forth and whatnot. So I can appreciate you guys looking at things through the lens of today. And I can look at a lot of things in the past that was problematic by today's standard. But by the standard and the times that we were living in, your parents and your grandparents, y'all might want to be a little less judgmental, unless you're willing to. God knows, I wish I could have a time machine and send some of y'all asses back there. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I just keeping that. I'm not trying to offer up no excuses, with the black exploitation, but there were some positive lessons. That's why we decided to talk about this. There were some good, some bad, some indifferent. And then some people are speaking on the way things were back then, and they didn't live through it. So they really had. Too often I hear people speak of a time and romanticize a time when that shit just was not true.
Absolutely
wrong. So
and I really wish the younger generation would actually watch this movie.
Mm-hmm.
I think they heard about it, maybe saw little clips here and there, but I really wish they sit down and watch it, and maybe they have a difference of point of view.
They certainly didn't sit down and watch this Sparkle. I mean, the original Sparkle, not the new one. The one with Diane Carroll and whatnot. They don't even know who some of them people is.
Yeah, the original Sparkle was Irene Cara.
Yep.
She was in that. Philip Michael Thomas.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
That's the original Sparkle.
A handful of the young folk today know it, but most of them have no idea. And of course, when they redo these movies, they're going to make them redone with a different slant. But and I would too. But
yeah, before Monique got blackballed, she actually was talking about doing a remake of Claudine. She wanted to do a remake of Claudine because she said she loved that movie so much, because as a little girl watching it growing up, it gave her hope because she came from that type of background. She grew up in Baltimore from that type of background when her mom and dad split up, and seeing a lot of her friends, mothers become single mothers. But I would love like a revised version of this based off of how it is now and the welfare system now and single black mothers now, like the difference. So it would be interesting to see.
And I would say this too, Brother D. I like your put this comment up too, Clarence, if you could, Brother Diaz. With all due respect, I don't know who these other content creators are that you speak of. I just think we really need to hesitate on the things. I hear so many things ascribed to what changed the black woman's mindset, and it's just like you guys are just giving Claudine. That movie wasn't that damn powerful. Okay, the movie. Saying that the movie, it told a story. People say The Color Purple. It told a story. And while all movies do take some liberties, with the truth. I went round and round fighting with the manosphere forever because their goddaddy told them that there was no, it's the truth. I heard him say, he told them because he didn't see any evidence of domestic violence in the black community back then. And I'm like, speak for your motherfucking self. And that was a period piece in the 1900s. Not only were black women getting the brakes beat off of them, so were white women. Yeah. In 1900s, women were property.
That's the truth.
And we got to stop this bullshit and saying that, it's a period piece before the dawn of the Great Depression. All women were getting the living shit beat out of them, and the police would not do anything about it because there was nothing they could. That's just facts.
Don't say all though, bro.
That's
Rico.
all, but I'm just saying.
You know what happened when you say all.
I know, and I'm not saying it's all. I'm just saying it was not unusual. It was not unheard of. Same thing with instances of sexual assault within the family in every community. These were not black problems or white problems. These were societal problems during that period, which is why they had to put laws on later on so women could get more power to get away from this shit. If it wasn't happening, they wouldn't have created all these laws subsequently so that a wife could be assaulted by her husband. Because prior to that, legally, a wife could not be assaulted by her husband.
Mm-hmm.
That's why those laws went into place. So again, these movies, and Claudine spoke, while some of it is liberties, a lot of it was factual and true for that time period, is what I'm saying. So how does that, in fact, the movies come from the experiences. People don't start living their lives after a movie. Movies are made out of things that people have lived. That's the way
I don't understand why this movie, he's saying that a lot of content creators saying that this movie ruined black women's mindset.
Yeah, it makes no sense to me.
And this movie was not the type of movie. This movie showed a strong sense of a community of women that supported each other, that were single mothers for whatever reasons, whether the fathers weren't there or they passed away, but these were single mothers that got up every day and went to jobs, went to work, supported their children, and wanted a man and wished they had a man. And then when they got a man, you know, they had to fight the system to keep a man. They had to hide the man. They had to hide things that the men was doing for them. So
we're gonna get into that, y'all. We're gonna get into that.
Yeah, let's get into it. Yeah.
Okay. So let's right now, Rico, we're at the point where I stopped the movie because this is back in the day. All these black women are maids. They're going around to they get on a bus in the black community, and the bus takes them out to the white community, and they go out there and they're pretty much maids, domestic servants out there, right? Mm-hmm. And but they have a camaraderie that is very, like, you don't see it that much anymore. Me and Patrice was talking about that. You don't really see this camaraderie anymore, where they were kind of like supporting each other. So now we're gonna get to the point where she gets off the bus and actually gets to work. All right.
You'll be sleeping around, you know, because I got these children.
Oh, why not? Listen, when women fought for equal opportunity, they didn't mean voting. When you got needs, you got needs. Remember now, you need the vitamins.
Sis Patrice, you see her checking out the James Earl Jones.
Yeah.
You see her checking out James Earl Jones.
And this is what I like, honey. She saw that big, handsome, muscle black man, and she was like, "Look at all of that hunk of chocolate right there." I love it. I love it.
Hey, the Bible. I forgot how the Bible said, but the Bible said, "Hey, a woman is looking for a well-made man." Right? A well-made man. All right, so she seen her well-made man, and she said, "Man, whew," right? Mm-hmm. But now
it don't just be the man see the woman, you know, and bask over, you know, her beauty. a woman sees, listen, he's got his shirt off. Listen, James Earl Jones was buff back then in that day. And he got his shirt off, he's sweaty, and that, like, to a woman, and he working, like, she looking at this man working hard, and that's an attraction to a woman. A lot of men, I don't know if they know that, like garbage men, mechanics, like a lot of women are attracted to men like that because they know that these are hard working men, and it is just an attraction for a lot of women to see a man such as the James Earl Jones that was a garbage man back in the day, or he could have been a mechanic or something back in the day. At least I know for me, that's how I grew up, watching and seeing men in my community being appreciated for having just having them type of jobs. And back then, that was a damn good job, like it is right now. If you work for the garbage company.
And that was probably the most common type of employment too. You know, we did have doctors and lawyers. Not saying we didn't have that.
Exactly.
The predominant black men,
yes,
without college degrees, did some sort of labor, and you were doing, like, sir, you were damn good if you had skilled labor. Yeah, if you could be a driver, work at a factory. I mean, those were jobs you ascribed for. So, again, like I said, it was a much different time. And one thing I think people need to look at this, right? So, like, when I look at this scenario, I see this black woman had to leave. Look at how she had to leave from where she lived around people predominantly like her, and they would have to go into segregated spaces. See, when we're watching this movie, there's still a lot of segregation going on. Yeah. I know y'all started after 1954 and 64 and was kumbaya, and all the people started mixing. Hell the fuck no. The law said you were supposed to, but we were still segregated as a motherfucker.
Yes, and before you came on, that's what me and Bro Clarence was talking about. I was just talking about, I had a girlfriend, watching my aunts them that did domestic. They were either domestic for wealthy white families or hotels, in Chicago. And one of my girlfriends on my block, her mother was a maid for a white wealthy family. She would take the bus and 2 trains from the inner city of Chicago all the way to Evanston, Illinois. And that's a suburb of Chicago. Mm-hmm. And she would get up in the wee hours of the morning and go and work for them doing this very type of work. And I watched her do it till she retired for years and years when I was younger.
And I'll tell you another story, Patrice. My grandmother was a domestic for some wealthy white people here in Washington, D.C., and she was a domestic to the point that she lived with them. See, she was full
time. A lot of them were living in. Yep, a lot of them were living in too.
Living domestic, and for about 10, 15 years. And what was so funny? Me and my siblings, we used to love going to see my grandmother on Christmas because we would get gifts and candy from them fucking white folks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And we looked up, we doted. I mean, that was, maybe where, I could say I had borderline slave mentality because that was the condition. And, they didn't use the word, but when I think about it, I look back, I'm like, I doted on those white people because, I mean, we would get gifts. They would like give us I remember they used to give us like silver dollars. Mm-hmm. And be like, here's Rico, here's, 5 silver dollar pieces. And that shit I didn't get that shit from nobody else.
Right. So and same with my girlfriend, them. Yeah. Her mother would come home with the leftover food, would come home with, they would give her.
Better than the norm. That's special.
Exactly. Shit. They would give her some bonus money, like for Christmas, because they knew she was a single mom, had kids. Mm-hmm. She was raising 3 daughters. Yeah. So she'd get a little bonus money. They would buy them gifts, like you said, for Christmas, like sweaters, the Argyle sweaters. Yeah. I never forget being a kid watching that. And she would come on with all the little extra candies and stuff for the Halloweens.
That you normally didn't get or see, or didn't even ever see until they introduced you to things because it was normal for them, but it was highly unusual for you because it's like, oh shit, first time I seen something like this, or had a gift like this. Unfortunately, it was something that was given to you by somebody of a better social class because of the segregation that our parents had to go through. Our parents had it harder than us. So that's why I always tell the younger generation, you know, you got to judge us the same way we had to judge our parents while we weren't happy with everything they did. Once you took a glimpse at what they went through, I said, let me shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Let me just shut the fuck up. They played in a different ball game at a different time, and you guys got to respect that. So when you hear these content creators just be so critical, I'm like, you motherfuckers wouldn't have lasted a day.
Well, see, here's the thing, y'all. We got to get them to the point where they just don't accept stuff. You know, okay, so
and look
a
at this,
content creator,
74. How many years is that? That's 50?
50, is it 50 or 48?
What? From when the movie came out?
74, yeah. 74. I think that's 48 years.
Almost 40.
Yeah, so it's almost 50 years. 48
years, yeah.
Almost 50 years, folks.
All right, shout out to Harris Tribe Media Group. Glad to have y'all in the building, man.
That's profound.
Shout out to Tristan. Glad to have
that movie. That movie older than most y'all are.
Yeah,
the movie's older than most of y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it has some good lessons in there, Rico. That's why we're going through it. Got some really good lessons, and it debunks a lot of things. It
the
definitely
bullshit
shows.
they're saying today. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, it debunks a lot of things. But the main thing that I wanted to get across is that you got to check it out. You can't just because you saw it on a content creator you respect on YouTube talking about a different situation, then just accept it. For example, a lot of cats accepted marriage advice from our dear brother that passed away, but he was not a good source, in my opinion, of marriage advice, marriage or relationship advice, right?
No.
But instead of investigating the advice that they get that brother gave, just took it as the gospel and went out there and tried to apply it.
And then it's unfair to take snippets from these movies, like you said, that's half a century old, and then you attempt to weaponize pieces and parts of it to go against Black women, and not even to watch it in its entirety or in its whole or within context. Because I hear cats 25 screaming and hooping and hollering about The Color Purple. I'm like, you ain't even watched the damn movie, or better yet, read the book. Then I hear people praise Roots, which is an awesome miniseries, but in high school, I'm like, I had to read the damn book. And if you ask the average Black person today, most of them, they haven't read the book.
It's more in the book than the movie.
Much more in the book.
The book is
mind
1,000 times. One of the scenes
that miniseries was.
One of the things in the book. Let me take a side step over here to Roots. In the movie, they don't show this. You know what the way they put it in the movie is Kunta Kinte is always trying to find a way off the plantation, right? Mm-hmm. But in the book, he's talking to his wife is always telling him, Kunta, you're here. This is where they're gonna put you down at. But he's never accepts that. He's always saying, one day God is gonna come back and get me and take me back home. That's what's gonna happen. And in the book, you see where he finally accepts the fact, hey man, ain't nobody coming. This is it. Mm-hmm. This is where I'm but it's so a moving part of the book, man. They couldn't even put it in. I mean, it's too emotional to even put on the screen, but let alone in the book. But it's a good scene in the book. But I'm just saying, I'm just backing up your point, Rico, that the book and Patrice, that the book these books may even contain more information because you can't put everything in a 2-hour movie, man.
No,
you just
can't. I mean, that was a mini series, like a week, but it still wasn't enough. That book. Yeah. And actually the follow-up book, that was autobiographical, whatever, of Alex Haley, the author. Yeah. And there's so many books like that. So again, when these movies come out, there's snippets of a story or of a time, whether it's, fictional or non-fictional. And the way people today try to pull it apart. And oftentimes these stories tell, it's like, this is one side, there's another side. But
Man, hey, I'm gonna tell you, man. When Kunta Kinte got to America, and he was getting whipped and everything, brother, we had a Ford LTD. You ever go look up what a Ford LTD looks like? We had a Ford LTD.
I remember that car. Yes.
My father got so upset. He ran and jumped in the car. My mother was trying to stop him. She was like, "Hey, come back here." She had literally had to turn Roots off because he got so mad. He jumped in the car and left. Man, he had to go drive around and calm down for a minute and come
It was
back.
hard. That movie, I remember, it was hard for a lot of Black people to watch that movie. Man, after people watched that miniseries, I remember whole neighborhoods, going in to watch it. And I just remember when the miniseries was over, man, our whole neighborhood was just different. It was just something different in the air. It was just, man, they was like,
y'all.
And you know what that comes from? That comes from probably the first time for Black people as an entire collective to be able to see our story told. Because prior to that, you could go to a movie, right? But our movies weren't widely produced. No. They only be the little blaxploitation, only in certain little things, and the movies were written, but Alex Haley was able to tell his story, the true story of Black people in this country. And his story is only
personal
10% of Black, right?
Yeah.
It's only 10%. And that 10% was so powerful because we never saw it before. And what was even bigger, white people had to see it.
That's what I was going to get to.
That shit was ABC.
Yes.
That shit was prime time. There was no fucking cable television. You had your 4 channels. And that shit blew up the ratings.
That miniseries forced white America to really take a look at what happened to our ancestors back then. And it's funny now because they don't even want this newer generation,
things like that.
They don't even want them to even know or face what happened because they know when they were little, they had to face it.
Because prior to that,
they had to face a part of our history, and they want to shun their children from it now and don't even want them to face that part of history because I don't call it Black history. It's history. Yeah. It's American history. It's
what's funny?
History, just like we have been forced all our lives, even to right now, to live accustomed to American whitewashed history. But for some reason, they do not want to face what happened to us in our part of history, which is American history.
And the one thing that was profound about it was prior to the miniseries Roots, white Americans didn't have to face the fact that they had ever done anything to Black Americans.
And be accountable.
They were not. Roots
wasn't no receipts.
Where white America was forced to, they could no longer tell us. Because prior to that, you may have had a few little politicians here and there that would speak about it, but they would just ignore everything prior to Roots. They would just ignore it.
Yeah,
it don't fucking exist. It wasn't a priority to talk about. It wasn't anything. But Roots triggered in the minds of the latent white American racist through apathy, apathetic racist. So that's what I'll say. Like they say, like Martin Luther King say, the greatest sin is the apathy of those who will not, where good men do nothing. It's not what the bad people do, it's where the good people do nothing. Up until then, white America was apathetic as a motherfucker. Like they just flat out just never paid. No, not my problem. I don't care. Boom, boom, boom. All the while we're drudging down there, with high rates of poverty, drug use. I mean, all this other stuff. White America was like, not our problem. Niggas just need to pull themselves up by the bootstrap, blah, 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 blah. And then Alex Haley's story was able to show the arc from the time of being captured in Africa.
Of what that did to us up until
did.
now. Because just think about it, even when this movie came out,
Yeah.
This poverty, the whole single motherhood, the
All
whole
part of it.
it's always a part of that history.
Yep.
It's the reason why women became a lot of times had to work as single mothers, live in a society there was no men. The government played a big part in it. It's a lot.
And looking at what Claudine's going through prior to, I forgot the character name that James Earl Jones played, but you talking about masculine. If she ain't gonna be fucking masculine, she ain't gonna survive. Masculinity for a lot of these single mothers was a means of survival. It's not like she wanted to be masculine in any way. She had to do that to feed her children, to keep a roof over their head. And that shit was going on there were single mothers in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s on through. Whether it was by, husband died, if the husband died, she's still a single mother. She'd be like, oh, she ain't getting no door. Okay, but I don't give a damn what happened to the husband. He ain't there, and she's there with those kids. So she is still, in essence, the same thing back then as she is today. And how do Black women are the most resilient mothers, nurturers, and protectors in the history of time because they're the least protected.
Wait a minute.
And they still have to do this.
Rico, you can't say that. You can't say that on the internet, man.
Yeah, you can. People don't want to hear it.
Break the internet, Rico.
People don't want to hear it, but it's the truth. Because to be able to survive in spite of all of this shit,
it is the truth.
It's the God's honest truth.
Yep. I watched many of Black single mothers, some of my aunties, they girlfriends. It was a lot of them was forced on them. A couple of them, their husbands did pass. They didn't come back from Vietnam. Or they were in a car accident or something like that. I grew up with.
Yes, the correct term would be widow, but in essence, you can call her a widow, you can call her a divorcee, you can call her a single mother. They're all still three the same thing. What that defines is how they came into their single motherhood.
Correct. Let's move on with
death, divorce, or whatever. But in essence, at the end of the day, they're still a single woman without a husband for provision and protection. And now they have to fill that role as well, is all I'm saying. So you're right. You're 1,000% correct about how that title came to be. But I'm like, if your husband died and you got 3 kids under the age of 10, you still got 3 kids under the age of 10, or if you just went out here and had them, it's still the same thing. You're stuck with 3 adolescent or minor children, and what do? You do what a Claudine does.
Well, we went over, Rico, the myth that Black women are just out here, having babies with Pookie and Ray Ray, and just for the most part, we went over that mythological situation.
Yeah, Pookie and Ray Rays have a lot, but they are not disproportionately the fathers of our Black children.
But that's what's being put out here on the internet. Yeah. So that's what we want to try to discuss it and see what's actually going on, how we got there, and what's all going on. Let me do some shout outs real quick. Yep. Shout out to New Growth Old Soul, brother. Always a pleasure to have you in the building, man. Shout out to Quantum. Good to see you in the building. We're gonna get to these questions in a minute. We gotta finish up with Claudine. Hold on, y'all, because I want to get to the point where she has a decision to make. She's got a decision to make, man. She has a desire. She wants something, but then she has a decision to make. How do I go about doing it, or can I do it, or should I let my circumstances stop me from pursuing what I want? So I want to get to that, y'all, because it's a little complex. All right.
Good morning, Claudine. How are you? How are the kids?
Good morning, Mrs. Winograd. Oh, good morning. Guess who walked in 15 minutes late again? Oh, yeah. Oh, sure. Oh, what do you mean you took a bath in the market? What about Mel's Combine? They bought 1,700 acres in Virginia to sell to the West Germans, and the whole deal did a drop dead. You know, when the Germans don't want to have anything to do with the United States, I mean, well, that's scary. Well, I'm glad you had a great time. I thought they'd never leave.
Let me stop right here. Did y'all see that?
Yes.
White man.
Let me tell you what. No, let me tell you what I saw.
Uh-huh.
He saw that she was looking at him.
Looking at him, yes.
So once she saw that he was looking at him, he decided to display
Show out a little
his
bit.
strength.
Yeah.
Right. You saw that, Patrice, right?
Oh
Okay.
yeah. I'm a woman. I catch him. We women, we catch stuff like that.
So he was strutting and preening. Okay.
All right. Because a lot of times we gloss over these natural things. Remember, Tupac said, "Hey, I'm a man. Even when a woman walks in the room, I'm still gonna get butterflies in my stomach. I'm still gonna have these different." And I'm 26, 25 years old, right? Well, that's the I just
But
want.
Clarence, that was nothing different than a piece of physical courtship. See, nowadays these boys think it's all about the mouthpiece in the game. Back then, you had to show your strength and virility too.
Yes.
So when a woman looked at you back then, you just couldn't just be. See, now they all on the like no, you had to show a woman that you could be strong.
Right.
Virility.
And he's going to do it again. Now, I wanted you guys to see the physical strength that he had displayed, right?
That's what you
so
have.
Now he's after this, he's gonna show his mental prowess.
Right.
His mental prowess, and that's really gonna hook her in. Okay, so
that's screening and peacocking. So look at that nigga peacocking. You know what I'm saying? You peacocking and you preening so you can be seen.
Hey, Rico.
Yes,
you
sir.
did that a lot. You did that a little too good, man. You did that a little too good. I think you were preening and peacocking back in the day, brother. All right,
a little bit.
All right, let's finish up with this.
How are you today?
Just fine. How are you?
Fine.
So she came out with the excuse to actually go see him, right?
Exactly. I was just y'all missed that, right? When she heard the truck, she picked up those grapefruits. She was like, "Let me run out here and act like I'm throwing these away."
Exactly, right? Because she saw him. She said, "Oh, let me go out here and now I got an excuse to create what proximity." She had to create the proximity
and conversation.
Well, you can't carry conversation without the proximity. You had to create the proximity first. So what did she do? She took the grapefruits out there to create the proximity, and then now she gonna try now. So now what he's gonna do? No, he thinks he got her, right? So he's gonna just try to play a little game with a little cat and mouse with her. All right, let's continue.
I'm a man, and I'm not taking this one.
Oh, Lord, now that's sure gonna make him mad.
Yeah, I guess so. You do look fine today, because you look fine all the time. I know I'm just an ugly old, smelly old garbage man, but you see me all cleaned up, you won't believe your eyes. I've been studying on taking you out for a long time. But what about that girl?
I don't think so.
Oh, you want me to beg you, do you, baby?
No.
Oh, you're afraid that I'll think you too easy if you say yes right away, huh?
It's just that I don't go out.
But that's ridiculous. I know about you. I'm very sociable most of the time. I'll pick you up at 7 o'clock. Where you live?
No, I'm.
Here we go. Now, the question. Shout out to Studio Mansion. Got to have you in the building. All right, so now she got a decision to make. Do I tell them that I live in the ghetto? And I got these 5 children? What do I say? Right? Flattered that he wants to go out, but what do I say? What do I do? How do I handle this situation? And he's gonna get a little offended. All right, let's continue, y'all. Let's continue.
Sorry.
Say, you on welfare? And here you are working. Do you report this income? You know what they say if they found out? You're cheating. Ooh, I sure hate to put a whistle on a fine bowl of pineapple juice like you.
Hey,
Now
hey, fella.
you did.
Hey, fella. Hey, what about this one?
Did you see what he did though, Clarence?
Yeah.
You saw what he did this time, which was a deceptive thing that was foul on his part.
Oh yeah. Because he got insulted.
And then what did he do? What did he do? Could he just take the L? No. Just like so many men today who can't gracefully deal with rejection. So what did he do? The first thing
He
he
insulted
did.
her.
No, he threatened her.
Oh yeah, he did.
Threatened her with her position with the welfare.
Yeah, absolutely.
You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Because he actually came right out and said, "I would hate to have to whistle on a fine thing like you."
Yeah, right. Yeah, and
right.
Well, first Rico, he insulted her, calling her a thief. That's basically what he was saying.
I'm saying, right? He said that's called stealing. Yeah. I would hate to have to whistle, meaning snitch, on a fine thing like you. So now he puts her in a position that, this is a fucked up part of the scene. Well, if she continued to maintain that rejection, is he gonna go report it to the welfare office? If she's on welfare, I don't know.
That's
so
the
now
thing.
Does she have to submit and give in?
Right. And
As a man, you should never want to secure a date or a woman's time through undue coercion, duress, or threat. Yeah. That's a weak ass man to do that.
Yeah, her face expression changed a little bit there from that smile to kind of like really?
Shit. Okay, Patrice, you're a female. What is she thinking? What is she thinking right now?
She probably thinking, Ninja, please. Really? I was liking you till you opened your mouth and said that.
Right. Damn garbage man.
Yeah, you was in there until you opened your mouth.
That is a threat. That's a low-key threat.
Yeah, you're right, Rico. It was a very low-key threat. You're right.
Look at her circumstances. Look at her circumstances. Single mother, 5 kids. If she's on welfare and she's working under the table, he just threatened her.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna report you because that's called cheating.
Yeah.
He did all that in the span of that 1 or 2 sentences.
And most of them were working under the table. Either those establishments was paying them in cash, or they wasn't reporting the income, whether they was a check or cash. They were working under the table.
And guess what? Why were they working under the table? Because welfare back then, just like welfare today, ain't nobody living high off the hog and getting fat off the tip.
Rico, it ain't enough. Exactly, it's not enough.
Get into that. We're gonna get it when we get into where they hide everything.
They pushing that narrative, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, wait a minute. But see, the whole point is we want to show that this wasn't living on welfare with no party. It ain't no party being, no this situation. Like a lot of times you get on the internet today where is single black moms are just partying and they getting dudes for 2 or 3 different dudes for $500 or $600 a month each dude, and plus the child support, plus the alimony, whatever, right?
You work that way.
You exactly, and 99.9% of the cases, it's not happening like that, right?
No.
So now we're at the part where he has kind of low key threatened her because he got upset with her, but in his mind he was like, "I'm just playing." But in her mind, she's like, I don't know what he's gonna do. So he showed his strength already to her, but she saw that he had strength physically, right? Now he's gonna show his mental prowess dealing with Mr. Charlie, right? All right, so let's push it along here.
Sir, we're not supposed to have anything over 100 pounds. We do this all day, every day.
Well, I carried it out.
You didn't carry it out, you rolled it out.
Well, it's not that heavy.
Sir, I've been doing this for 13 years. You gonna tell me what's heavy?
Yeah, but what am I supposed to do with this stuff?
You take some of that, put it in here, we pick it up on the swing back, okay? How's that?
Hey, wait a minute.
What happened? I thought she was. I thought she was done with it. What happened?
She was digging that he talked to the man like that. She was like, "Oh,
Yes.
he's speaking to him. You know,
Yes.
this white man in that manner. Oh, he a man. He stood
Right.
up like he stood his ground, and that
Right.
attracted her to him even more. After that, she like, okay, what he said a minute ago got thrown out the window now because he just showed me that he stood up to this man as another man. He didn't look at him as, you know,
Massa,
like he was beneath him.
Boss,
Exactly.
massa, yeah.
Yep. And that was
he-
attractive. She was attracted to that.
And some of
Okay.
us back then, to be clear, that was a true depiction there. There were not the majority of us, but a lot of black men back during those times spoke like that to white men. And the funny thing about it is, you would see more of them actually coming from the working class than the educated class.
Right.
You saw more black men who had been beaten down because it got to the point where it was like, what the fuck else you gonna do to me?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And they would just get fed up. And I mean, like, I ain't saying they would run around here, you know, but I'd seen them, you know, they'd be on the job and they'd be like, they ain't gonna talk to me like this, period. And
Right.
they just would refuse to bow and bend the knee to have their manhood questioned or, you know, cotton to, and they didn't give a damn about money like these money hungry people is today that
The bag chasers.
who will sell their dignity, integrity, and soul for coin. Black men back then did not coin. I can tell you, during the 74, very few of us thirsted for coin the way we do now. It's ridiculous.
Well, I think we wanted a better life, but I think we realized that
But
at
we
that
cared
point,
about our pride and our dignity. Our
Okay, you're right.
dignity was the most important thing. We wanted to be seen as a man.
but what I'm saying,
As
Rico,
a
is
man.
correct. And but the point is that at that time, we could see there were so many more opportunities because of the struggles that everybody else had laid down before us. We wasn't going to get that up.
Right.
You're not going to take that from us because
No.
we had too many people died and the
For
dog
me to get my
hoses, the water hoses,
self-respect,
and the
yeah.
dogs and everything. We just had went through too much to get here, and it's not you ain't giving us nothing. This is we just regular human beings like everybody else, and we deserve to be able to live good lives like everybody else. So, you know, why should we be afraid of you, right? So I think that, but in this particular case, I think she looked at him and said, "Damn, he can handle himself with Mr. Charlie. He might be able to protect me too. So he can protect himself with his words, but he might be able to protect me too. And then that might be the kind of guy I want, besides the fact that she was digging him. So I think once she saw that it ain't just me he willing to go at Mr. Charlie too. Hey, let me give him a chance.
Yep, she definitely saw that as a protection mechanism, strength, and women are attracted to men that stand their ground like that, especially back then, because you got to think this was coming out of the civil rights movement.
Yeah.
And watching a black man talk like that back, like a man to a white man back then, that was a big thing.
Yeah, they could just put you in jail for insubordination at a certain point, right?
That was hard for a lot of white men to accept that shit too. So if you notice, if you even look at the way Mr. Charlie looked,
yeah,
the way he was startled by it, that's
he wanted to say, "How dare you?" You know, and he probably wanted to use the N-word for real.
And the reason being is because they wasn't used to being questioned or any pushback from a nigga.
Right.
They was used to it if the
Especially
face was white. If the face was white, they was used to it. If the face was black, they was so, you got to remember, this is 300 years plus of when I tell a nigga man or a nigga boy or a nigga gal to do something, she just do it. Don't you question it. And now they were having to get used to hearing being questioned, being corrected, being, you know, it was hard for them too. Not that I give a fuck, but it was.
Yeah, they had to get used to it.
It's hard going from being the king to being just an old regular smegular.
Yeah,
that's a little tough.
Yeah. You know what they call that in the business world? The clawback. You got all these
Exactly.
profits, and they got to claw back all them profits from you. Wait a minute, you didn't get this the right way. We gotta even this thing out.
You
Yeah,
regular
the
chicken, yeah,
clawback hurts.
it's
Clawback
tough.
hurts. Okay, y'all. So now they hook up, right? He's gonna she runs out there. She gives him his phone number. He tells her he's gonna pick her up at 7:00. Let's see a little bit more.
It's 139 Edgecombe Avenue. My name is Claudine Price.
Triple P Marshall, 7:00.
We're bouncing the step. Oh, he did clean up good, didn't he?
What you say, Rico?
I said he did clean up good, and she had a little bounce
Oh
in the step
yeah,
too.
man. Yeah.
You know,
Now-
so look at what a genuine interest into the terrible single mother. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
so when we talk about masculinity and femininity and things like that, I would say, and I'm not saying that you do it to anybody, everybody, so whatever. I think we all should be discerning who we decide to couple with. But the right man to the right woman, and the way Claudine was running back like a little schoolgirl skipping and hopping, is that not what it does? Is that not what it puts into the right guy? Show that.
Oh yeah.
You
The
skipping like a
butterflies.
schoolgirl.
Oh yeah, the butterflies make you feel like you're sweet 16 again, right?
Yes, it does. The way
And also,
Mhm.
and just also, you know, if you notice earlier on, in order for him to say what he said to her about welfare, he already assumed she had kids. So
Bingo. Yep.
it wasn't like it was the worst thing. Back
Nope.
then, he figured most women
Had
probably
kids.
had kids.
Yep.
So when he even said the whole welfare thing to her, he
Yep.
had to figure she already had kids.
He probably looked at her. She's a black woman of a certain age. I know she got at least one kid.
At least
Yep.
At a minimum.
And in this movie, she's in her 30s in this movie. So.
Yes. So you're right. But see, back then, we didn't run from single mamas like they was the boogeyman. We didn't think they were the boogeyman. Oh Lord, the single mamas.
Wait, and there was no wall. There was no wall.
Ain't no wall, and the single woman was not the boogeyman. Period. Because you know why? We knew we were fucking men. We can handle that. Like I said, every man ain't built to be a stepfather. Too many of you weak-shouldered motherfuckers
Agreed.
ain't built for
Agreed.
it. I get that. Don't knock the strong brothers who can do it.
Agreed.
That's it.
Definitely. All right, so here's the scene. Here's the scene where the welfare lady comes over, and you know, they gotta hide the toaster and the TV and the gotta hide it. Anything of value, they gotta hide it because why, Rico? Why do they have to hide everything, Rico?
Pretty much for the same thing. It's similar like now, like for you to apply for welfare, I think you can't have no more than like maybe $200 worth of savings. And basically you have to show that you're damn near destitute.
Right.
And if you have items of value, the state generally, and I can't say I totally disagree with it. It's like, well, why should we give you money if you have items of value that you can sell first? And when you get to the point, and this is how the system is set up, and I can't say that it's a bad system. Do I want somebody getting welfare that got a damn 2021 BMW out in her driveway? And I gotta have a car. You ain't gotta have that goddamn car. And that's the thing.
But Rico, let's be real. It was different back then.
No. I just use that as
the system was set up to keep those women poor. They didn't get much, and then they would have a problem if you had a brand new toaster.
Right. I get that.
But a brand new iron. Like, come on.
But what I'm saying, this is what I'm saying, Patrice. I'm just saying the system itself, realistically, at a black and white view, when it's written up, it's like this is money for people who have no money, just black and white. So of course, when the application of it is, when the people that's giving it out or the people that's supposed to verify your condition, if they see you with anything of value, they're gonna say that you're not destitute, you're not poor. But the writing of the text itself is written for people to be in that way. Now, of course, they don't look at white women the same way. So it comes down to the application. They're like, okay, according to the law, you're not supposed to have shit. So when they go to black women, they applied the full weight of the law. When they went to white women, they didn't, is what I'm saying. So they will look at a white woman would have that stuff and act like they don't see it. They go into the black house, they apply the full weight of the law, which the way the law is written, you were not supposed to have it. You were almost supposed to be homeless to qualify for it. And that's why anytime welfare came to your house, you had to hide anything of value.
But Rico, the bigger picture is
Mhm.
they had to hide him.
Oh,
They
of
had
course,
to
you
hide
gotta
him,
yeah,
and
yeah,
any contribution that he was making,
yeah. That would be considered.
whether
Absolutely.
right,
Yeah,
and so
yeah. She
any
couldn't have a
contribution,
She
man.
couldn't have a man.
Couldn't have a
right,
man, period.
right. So which would obviously, if she has 5 children, if she couldn't have a man or she couldn't have anybody helping her outside of the government, then of course, like Patrice says, obviously gonna keep her in perpetual state of poverty, right?
Yeah.
So it's designed. It was a hamster wheel for most of them, right?
The only pushback I would give to that is I would say more so today than back then. I would say you short of gainful employment yourself. So your women are kept in that perpetual cycle, short of them getting the education and going out and getting gainfully employed and no longer needing the welfare. Then you can get out of that. That's the only way you get out of poverty.
But how are you gonna do that, Rico? If you don't have nobody, that's gonna watch your children, or
Oh yeah.
you don't have the
I'm not.
support, how you gonna do it?
Saying, right. It's not forever because the children aren't going to stay children forever.
Okay.
So at some point, again, only you can get yourself out of that, because again, the government, the way it's set up is you're supposed to be destitute, and we'll continue to give it to you until we see, oh, you coming out of it. Then that's the thing they were talking about. Even today, they say, okay, even if the woman gets the job, don't just automatically cut them off. Let them go for like a 6 months or a year before you cut them off. And that's the
and then you got to think too. Back then, they didn't offer child care back then.
No.
When welfare was back then, they didn't have child care, pay for your babysitter, child care, pay for preschool child care. They didn't have that. They just gave the woman a set amount. They gave her a set amount of money and a set amount of food stamps.
I don't think you got food stamps back then.
No, you got food stamps. You got food
back
stamps.
then?
Yeah. I know a lot of women that had in the 70s that had food stamps.
I didn't think it was that old, but you might be right. Go ahead.
Yeah, you get a set amount of money, you get a set amount of food stamps. There was no child care, so the woman, and then because the income wasn't enough, that is why she had to work under the table.
Yes.
So she could not work and go to school because she didn't have nobody to keep the smaller kids. And the older kid will keep the smaller kids while she go to work.
Yeah. Or if she stayed home, you know what they would do in addition? They would babysit other people's kids.
Yep.
For supplemental income.
To make up some income.
Yeah.
We talked about that earlier.
Yeah, they would do all sorts of things. But the income is not enough, period. It never is, even today.
Okay, but okay. So let's put the threat out there. The threat is if they find any of this stuff, they're barely making it as it is. Even
then they cut you off.
Then they cut you off. So that's why everybody's running around, because if they find that you're getting any assistance from anywhere else, they just will cut you off the program, and they already barely making it as it is in this situation now. So let's see. The welfare lady's going to come over and it's going to get contentious just a little bit. No, not that one. That's not our. Here we go. This is the one.
Hey, where y'all going?
It's the bell.
I don't hear no bell. What bell? You hear a bell?
No, I didn't hear nothing. Francis with the ice cream.
How come you hear that bell?
Yeah, okay, we get it. Smart ass.
6 kids.
Does that look like the Panthers? Or Panther related organization?
Okay, I don't want us to miss this. Now, you guys hear what the little boy came in and said? He said, "Mom, the social worker's on her way," right? So now they running and running around all over the place trying to hide all of the stuff that the dude has given them, right? All right.
Honey, get rid of the TV and hide.
Mom, it's Miss K back, the social worker.
Well, don't just stand there, honey. Let her in.
Hi, Miss K back.
Hi, kid.
Hi, you, Miss K back.
Fine. How are you, Mrs. Price?
Oh, just fine. But, you know, they haven't sent me the authorization to buy the food stamps for the past 6 months. And then they cut me off for non-purchase. Now, Miss K back, why do they keep messing with me all the time?
Because the system's one big screw up.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say it, because no one...
So you're the gentleman that's been keeping company here.
Oh, no, ma'am. I'm just a garbage man.
Oh, well, may I have your name, please?
Simpson.
First name?
That's my first name.
Oh, your surname?
X.
Simpson X what?
Simpson X. That's it. You've heard of Malcolm X. I'm Simpson X. Hey, say, listen, I want to ask you something. You're supposed to give aid to dependent children, right? Well, why don't you just go ahead and give aid to the dependent children instead of worrying about who the mother's keeping company with?
Oh, let me straighten you out on something, Mr. X. There was a time we'd ask to use a bathroom to see if there was a razor in the cabinet. We don't do that anymore, but we do have to know what's going on. Do you live here or elsewhere? Is that a gift you're giving to the family? Do you contribute to the support of this whole family?
Whoa, lady. You gonna tell her she can have this set? It didn't cost you in the city a damn dime, but you gonna tell her she can have it, right?
Oh, I didn't make the rules, sir. I'm only doing my job.
The welfare ain't doing nothing for me, lady.
But the welfare is supporting Mrs. Price.
Supporting shit. Yeah, he gave me this. He gave me this. Yes, he gave it to me. And he gave me this. Now we have to hide this shit. Do you believe? Yes, he gave me this. We have to hide this. He gave us this too, but it don't work. That's right. And I have to hide my man in the toilet. Miss Quebec, do you hide your man in the toilet?
Mrs. Price, we want to help, believe me. We know that children need a man in the house, a woman needs a man in the house. We don't insist people be married.
Do you mean you'd help a man move in if he's not married to the mother?
That's right.
That's immoral.
We're trying to deal with the realities.
What kind of example is that to set for the children?
Oh, what kind of example are you setting right now?
I ain't the government.
We'd love to see you get married.
Yeah, I'm hip you would. It would take the government off the hook and put me on. Don't ask me no more questions.
What do y'all notice? What do y'all notice?
What part?
Okay, let me explain what I saw. Okay, they got upset. He got upset and he left.
Yep.
But he came back, right? He came back.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm saying, how come we not doing that in relationships today? In a lot of relationships today, people just get pissed and they just leave the whole relationship. The whole everything, children, everything. They just leave everything.
Yeah, and
why we leaving these relationships, y'all?
and you know, it's easier to walk away, right? We don't fight as hard as we used to anymore for relationships. And I think back then the struggle was real, right? And they fought harder. I think that he was a man that realized, and it was only human of him to say that, realizing that, first the welfare lady say, no, we want y'all to be together, and he said, and not be married, that's immoral. What kind of example are we setting for the children? So they didn't give a crap if the woman was married to the man, long as he was in that house taking care of the kids, to keep the, like he said, to take the government off the hook and put him on it. And as a man, I think he realized that's a hell of a responsibility. And that's a human reaction to say, here I would have to be the stepfather to 5 children. So I get that natural knee-jerk reaction that he had, but check out what the welfare lady said. She didn't care that if this woman was married, she just wanted the man in the house so that the government could be taken off the hook.
Yeah.
So did you pay attention to that part?
Yeah. And you know what? And I'll be honest with you too. I think that that's the government's permission today. Is like, we want these kids to have a father from somewhere. The first choice would be, I think, and I'm gonna play the big old boogeyman government. I'm the government, right? Now I gotta take money through taxes, which we know we take taxes for everything. But still, I'm taking money from people who did not father these children to help support how minor it is. It beats the nothing they're getting from the fathers who are absent. And I do want to have to stop taking money to support fatherless children. So yes, the government position is get these kids a daddy from wherever. And I totally understand, James, like you said, it wasn't fully a knee jerk because I think this was early in their relationship. So that makes perfect sense that he's like, hey, look, I just started dating this
Absolutely.
woman,
it was early.
It's early, and you already trying to make me their daddy.
Right. Yeah.
That, so he was definitely for the timing of it, because we know how the movie plays out, but the timing of it, it's like, hell no, I ain't ready to be her husband or their daddy. But I'm willing to help her, because any man, even back then, if you're, as we can see, they're having intimate relationships, you're damn right you're going to do something to help a woman with 5 kids.
Of course.
Whether she asks you or whether you volunteer. If you expect to, and you know what I hate to say, it's probably young guys out here today that just believe because a woman is a single mother with a couple of kids, she should just give them sex for free. They probably believe that. That was no shit that ever crossed my mind back in the day. And that's why I said you see that in this. You knew if you're dating a single mother, she, with multiple kids, unless, in 2022, I mean, she's getting all this child support and whatever from her baby daddy. But if she's a single mother not getting no support from her baby father, I don't care what the reason is. If you decide you want to date and be intimate with this woman, you should feel some sort of obligation to make the burden lighter on the woman that you choose, that you want to be intimate with.
Obviously.
That's it. Obviously. So that's why he was doing all the gifts with the TV and the toaster and the iron and the little thing the little girl said don't even work. You know what I'm saying? But that's why you feel an obligation, because real men back then, the woman didn't have to ask for it. If I walked into the woman's house and I saw she didn't have certain basic necessities,
right,
I'm making my business to get it.
Good point.
Exactly.
And anything beyond that,
and that's what men back then did. They did that back then. They provided back then. Yeah. Right.
All right. So we covered the fact that the men back then, they which was a good point, Rico, that they just walked into the house of somebody they were dating. They saw that just certain basic necessities wasn't there. Toaster or oven or whatever, the basic necessities wasn't there, and they could help out with it, they would do it. Yeah. Especially if I'm seeing you, if I'm going out with you on a regular basis.
Yeah.
You do it, right?
Yeah.
But in today's world, where you have they're being taught, Rico. I don't know if they're doing it or not, but they're being taught to not be have no responsibility. Now, that is direct opposition to the definition of a man, because responsibility is in the definition of a man, right? But they're being taught the responsibility is being removed from the man, from manhood. So you can call yourself a man, and you can not help out anybody that's in your zone or your circle of influence. You don't have to do anything anymore. You can just have a free casual sex and just not do nothing and not help your family, not help nobody really. They got literal channels out here saying F child support.
Yeah.
And we like, okay, who's supposed to pay it?
Yep.
If you ain't gonna pay it, who's supposed to pay it?
Exactly. Literally. I mean,
supposed to pay it.
And that's why I said I take the government position, because when they saying fuck child support, then what does the government do? They come to us, and I'm like, I'm done with mine.
I mean,
I don't pay for no more of these little
but Rico, the thinking of those guys is like this. If I say F child support, then it'll just go away.
Right.
Like that cost is gonna just go away.
Or what gets me right, the cost either goes away, and then I don't understand. I just don't understand it. I'm sure I know some people who do, who support that bullshit theology, and then in the same breath say that, you know, they're all about black children. I'm like, you know, when you say fuck child support, why don't you just say fuck the children? Who do you think it's for? Because they take this twisted narrative to say it ain't even for the kids, it's for the mother. No, it's not. It's for the children. Period. Yeah. Y'all can push that bullshit narrative all you want. That is income to help support children that you procreated.
Right.
Full stop. Now, the mother may have control over it. She may decide how it gets spent, but that's what it's for.
Right.
So make the argument about how it's getting spent and all that shit you want. But y'all ain't making that argument. Y'all making the argument, I don't want to pay it.
Right.
And that's a different argument from,
right.
You know, and I hear some of the men in the manosphere too saying that when they are paying it, the women are getting their hair and their nails done with it. They're getting everything done besides taking care of the children.
I hear, yes. I hear that. I've been hearing that argument forever. And to some degree, if they've ever actually lived in that space, like I said, I was a single father that was getting child support. When I got my check, I did what the hell I wanted to do with it. I did not do, because why? Because long before that check came, I was spending all of my money supporting all of my children's needs. Full stop. So usually, and that's what most of the guys don't understand. I'm like, usually your check is usually catch up. Because even by the time, I know the process for, even when I had like garnishments out of my check, it would take a period. It could be almost 2 months from the time they took money from my check for it to get from my job in DC to the courthouse in DC, for them then to cut a check to the state of Georgia, and then for them to cut a check to my daughter's mother. It could be a month and a half later. Whatever my daughter needed within that time period, her mother had to provide. So when she got the check, I didn't give a fuck what she did with it, because I know that as long as my daughter's needs were being met, that's what it is. They see this woman. My check just got there and she got her hair done. Nobody knows if that money came out of that woman's money or your check. You have no idea.
The thing about welfare, though, is that if a man was paying child support, that money was going to welfare, because that's what welfare was paying the woman for. Right. So the woman never saw what came out of your check. Yep. It went straight to welfare.
And I'm getting ready to say that too. Like, if that woman was on welfare for like 2-3 years, and for whatever period of time, by the time they catch you up, she don't even get the check. The state's going to reimburse themselves first, or at least a portion of it. So you were like, oh, well, I'm giving her $500 a month, but why she only getting $250? Because the state is recouping the money that they paid when your ass didn't pay. That's why the states are always now, even to get welfare. It used to be a woman could say, they'd be like, well, who's the daddy? I don't know where he is, or I don't know. They're almost forcing mothers to declare somebody for them to at least go after. And when they get you, it doesn't mean you automatically got paid. They bring your ass into court and say, do you want a DNA test? Yes or no? So you can either say, I want a DNA test to be sure, or you can just accept it and declare paternity. Right. And whichever way you do, if you just accept it, like my dumb ass did once, I just accepted it, I was on the hook. And then, of course, 8-9 years later, found out he wasn't. Or you can do a DNA test, and they will give it to you. They will pay for it. You're going to have to reimburse them for that if you the father, because that's what the state is. It's like your fucking kid, you pay. And I believe in that.
Of course. I mean, that's natural. This is what it should be. Shout out to Moments with Mickey Red.
She shouldn't even have to go for child support. You motherfuckers should just say, look, baby, give me a fair number that we can fair. Because my son has 2 kids that. And I said, you sit down with both of them and y'all work it out. And he has. He pays.
Shout out to the good doctor.
He gives them X amount of money, and that's it. They worked it out. So I'm like, y'all can work this shit out. The state doesn't step in and make a woman get child support. They do it because y'all don't want to pay.
Hey, let me tell y'all, I was in court all day yesterday with my oldest boy with the custody situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I saw these two. It was 2 Latino brothers. The one was I mean, both of them was getting. When I say shellacked, I mean they was getting shellacked, right? And so the one was like, I think almost $20,000 in arrears, man. He was getting shellacked. He's supposed to pay $1,500 a month in alimony. I mean, shellacked. Dude was getting shellacked. And then
alimony or child support?
Alimony.
Ooh.
I think it was a combination of both. I think it was a combination of both. So let me back up. I think it was a combination of both for both people. But the first guy was his total amount he was supposed to be paying was $1,500 a month. So the ex-wife.
How many kids?
I don't know. They didn't go into that. But I believe it was alimony and child support.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason why the wife had brought him to court is because he was paying sporadically. He was so she's
pay 1 month, go 3 months with no money.
Yeah.
So with no money.
I'm just it was just funny the way the situation worked out. So anyway, the wife was like, "Hey, I don't want to go through him anymore." She filed a motion. I just want to I want his employer to cut me a check.
Yes.
Just let his job cut me a check. I don't want to go through him anymore because I never get the money, everything, right? So he had to explain that he'd been on disability for a while. He had gotten hurt and he wasn't working, so that's why his payments had stopped. You know what I mean? But the ex-wife was like, "I don't care what happened to you. I don't care if your eye fell out. I was want to go to the employer, cut me a check." And so they finally got to an agreement where he would just she said, "Okay, forget the first $5,000. Forget that. Let him give me a lump sum for $10,000." Well, he's like, "I ain't got $10,000." So they said, "Okay, you pay $2,000. You're supposed to pay $1,500 a month, but you're gonna pay $2,000 a month
until that
you get all caught up,
cleared up,
and then the $500 falls off, right?" And so, so the wife was like, "Well, is there any way I need my money on this date and I need my money on this date?" And so the judge was like, "Hey, ma'am, I can't make his employer pay him on the days you want. You know what I mean? They're gonna just come when he gets paid, right?" But my point was that he really was just in a bad situation that he put himself in.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad, because see, I could say they'll take that story and weaponize it. But
No.
What they'll be missing out that story is that dude was still employed, even when he was on disability. He probably was getting disability.
He should have paid something, right? He should have paid something.
And I guarantee you, to be $20K in a hole, Slim went almost 2 years.
He was actually supposed to contact child support and let them know and give him a paperwork of how much he was getting from disability. And they would have made an adjustment until he went back to work. Yeah.
right? The Patrice asked her for the documents in court. They said, "Where's your documents about
Still
you being disabled?" So he had to produce these hospital documents and show that he had these issues, right? But my point is that he just took it upon himself. I'm just not gonna pay her. I ain't gonna say nothing to her. I ain't gonna.
There you
I'm
go.
not gonna do it.
There you
And
go.
so he didn't contact her, and so
And his kids were not being supported. That's the part.
right, right.
That's because he wanted to keep all the disability money. He didn't want to have to pay anything out of the disability money. That's what
Right. Because when they pay you in disability, they don't pay taxes, so
Right.
you actually get all your money.
And then here's
Right.
the thing, though. But this is the point: his children were not being supported. So it's not fuck the child support. At that time, he was saying, "Fuck them kids."
Yeah. Well, you know, Rico, here's the thing. Here's the thing, all of y'all. Sometimes these men, man, they get so frustrated, and they get so toe up in the head that they just say, forget it all. This is how these guys can go out here and do these self-deletions, because they just get so toe up in the head.
But then want to create this fucking pity party when the very actions they took caused the consequences that man was in court dealing with consequences of his own creation.
I understand.
Right. So that's all I'm saying. That's the part I try to come back and say, look, I can sympathize with a level of unfairness. You refusing to participate in the support of a child that you procreate. Because I'm okay, you were disabled. What if his child had a disability? Because we don't know that. What if his child had a disability? Fuck them kids. Because some of these guys, they got children with needs, issues, concerns. But we both care about the first thing they say. Well, that man was disabled. His son's in a fucking wheelchair.
Or needs special medicine
than the disabled child.
Or has special medication,
a special medication, or just a plethora of things. Because when they present their pity party, they're only going to present their story. They're going to leave out all their irresponsible behavior. Oh, the fact that he was over there in Sally's house taking care of her 2 kids, but ain't taking care of his. That's a common occurrence. Dude ain't paying child support for his kids, but he helping raise somebody else's kids.
That's crazy right there.
No, that happens. That's a reality. That's a reality. Because you know why? He done moved on to that new tail, and that new tail tell him, you ain't coming in here, right, Patrice? That new tail said, I don't give a damn what you ain't, if a woman worth a damn, she gonna want you yours. But he probably lied and say he ain't got no kids, but you gonna tell him you ain't gonna come in here and lay in my bed, no help take care of me and mine.
Yeah.
And that's
is she wrong for that, Rico? Is she wrong?
No, she ain't wrong for that.
Okay.
No, she dead right. Now, she wrong if she know you got a kid that you're not taking care of, but half these dudes will lie about it. Half these dudes won't even admit they got kids out there they ain't taking care of.
And some of the women won't care as long as you take care of theirs. They won't care that you ain't taking care of your own, and that's sad.
Yep, I will say that. You got some sorry ass women out here who figure as long as you take care of theirs, they don't give a damn that you ain't taking care of yours. Them the worst ones. But I still put it on a dude because I'm like, those are your kids. Those are your kids. Before you think about laying down with somebody else and taking care of theirs, make sure I have no problem with it. Like I said, when I got married the second time, I didn't forget my kids from the first marriage. Hell no. Or the third time, I didn't forget. No, I got strong shoulders. I can take care of all of them. I'm good. I'm built like that. Most dudes ain't.
Yeah.
Most dudes ain't. I'm built like that. But I come from a generation where men were like that. They could take care of 2 and 3 families if need be.
Right.
These Negroes today can't even take care of themselves.
Right.
They can barely provide provision for themselves.
Right.
But that's the generation I come from.
Okay, because I got a question for y'all, because we're going to watch, I think, one more video. I think you'll have another one. I got 2 more videos, 2 more quick videos. 2 more quick videos, and then we're going to, I'm going to ask you guys a question, because there's a mythical black single mother out here, right? And I want to know if we can debunk that, if we can say, you know what, yeah, of course there's some single black moms that are out here, you know, dogging the system and you know, playing games, of course.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely. That's
but
not
is
the
that the
vast majority.
majority of
No,
black women, single black moms? Okay, well,
absolutely not.
I'm gonna ask you that question, Rico. Okay,
Yep.
so here is the scene from Claudine where they're gonna go down to the welfare office, and because they want to get married, and so they want to get, because the lady told them, hey, if we get married, you'll still be able to get on your welfare. So they go down there thinking that they got a shot. Let's see what happens. Here we go. There we go.
Financial status has been computed by us. It has nothing to do with aid to the children. You understand?
Now, if you will sign this statement, it shows your income and your expenses, Mr. Marshall, and get it back to me within 2 weeks. You understand?
Yes, I understand all that, but listen, I gotta ask you something because I gotta think about this thing. What happens if I lose my job?
If you're married, you must apply for welfare.
Well, I must apply for welfare.
You must apply for welfare. Otherwise, this would constitute a misuse of ADC funds.
Which is fraud.
You understand? If the husband's unwilling or unable to make a contribution equal to what it would cost him to maintain an independent living arrangement, he must apply for welfare. Do you understand? Otherwise, this would constitute a misuse of ADC funds.
Which is fraud.
Which is misappropriation.
Which is fraud.
Right, okay, now wait a minute. Now, if I marry this lady, I want to make things better. But if I spend $1 on it, you're going to deduct it from her, right? If I want to buy a little something extra, you're going to deduct it. And I better report every penny I spend, or else I'm a crook. Okay, now you say if I lose my job, I must apply for welfare because I can't just sit around eating the government's biscuit.
Which is fraud.
Because that's a fraud, right? Okay, now if I do go on the welfare, then I'm just another lazy ass nigga that's living off taxpayer. All right, now, suppose I do not marry this lady. Now, if I move in with her and do not tell you, then we're both crooks, right? But if I do tell you, then we're back to the income and the outcome and the deducting, and you drive me to drink. And you call a fraud if I spend $7 for a bottle of whiskey. Come on, partner, let's get out of here. You can't win. Understand? Fraud. Fraud. You force a man out of the house because it ain't worth the crap you gotta go through.
I guess I ain't.
Who says you ain't? You bring the kids to my house Saturday night, we'll make the announcement official.
Fraud!
All right. Okay, so what was going on in the welfare office?
Fraud. Fraud.
Fraud.
Yeah. Those are the
Patricia, you got it at the table. Fraud.
Those are the convoluted, bureaucratic bullshit rules that's just throughout the federal government. But in actuality, too, let me explain something to you. Let me say this to the panel and the chat. Let's be crystal clear. Welfare rules are they vary by state too. They're not federal government. Federal government just gives the states the money. So some states are more restrictive and other states are less restrictive. So I don't know what fictional city this was, if it was New York, Chicago, Baltimore.
I think it was Philly. I'm not sure.
Okay, Philly. I can't, doesn't matter. But it's, yeah. So, but most of them do have similar work requirements of, not wanting a man in there. So none of them going to set you up to be fat off the tip. All of the states, you either got to be destitute or on your way for you to qualify. And they do have those stipulations that if you manage to have some, good luck, good graces, and you come into something, that's the problem with taking assistance from the government. You give up a lot of autonomy. They in all your fucking business.
Yes.
That's a condition for government aid, is you give up autonomy of yourself and your household. and you are required to give them whatever information they want at whatever frequency they want. Remember, you got to recertify and requalify, and you got to tell them all your fucking business.
Yeah.
So your privacy issues don't exist when you decide that you need the assistance of the government. So they do a very good job of trying to make those programs temporary. Now, some people just are perpetually in need for whatever reason.
It was supposed to be temporary, but it was designed to keep you in poverty. It really was. If you look at the single mother with the children, that's on welfare, not getting enough to make ends meet. She still got to work. 9 times out of 10, she working under the table. Then she meet a nice guy. He want to do some nice things for her. They saying, oh, if he do anything nice for you, we're going to take that out of you.
Yeah, you just have to. You're right. You just have to give up the government aid. That's definitely. It's like,
Rico, how do you give up the government aid?
They all in your business. They want to know who your man, how much he make, what's his name, where he work, what he give you, and that's why women had to hide these things. They had to hide the man, hide what the man was doing for them, hide the fact that they were being paid under the table, because it just wasn't enough to live off of. But this is what. Go ahead.
I want to say this because I did want to push back on this. Is one other perpetual manosphere talking point, and they can read, but their comprehension sometimes leaves a lot to be desired. So this talking point that welfare ran the black man out the home, it didn't run the black man out the home. It prevented the black man from coming back into the home. So that's where I put back. I was like, no, they didn't take a check to get rid of the man, because if the woman already had a man and a husband working in the factory,
you know what, Rico, that's correct.
Kick him out for the check.
That's actually 100% correct. The men were either already gone
or already unemployed.
They had to get the welfare
exactly
to support themselves. And then it will prevent the man from man coming back, or any man coming in the picture.
Yes.
So you're absolutely right about that analysis.
That's the thing with because the reason why I say that, they weaponize it to the point to say, Patrice, I'm your good black man. I'm in there. And you said, you know what? Fuck it. Get out, Rico, with your 40-hour-week job. I want a welfare check. I was like, where does that math make sense?
No, that wasn't happening. That wasn't happening.
So like the guy was making $500 a week, or $300 a week. So he's making $1,200 a month. You gonna kick me out? Me and my $1,200, you gonna kick out for a $200 check? I'm like, who the fuck does that? That's the narrative. Now I say, now if I'm already gone, so I done took my $1,200 with me, and you there with 2-3 kids, you might say, hey, I need that $200 because this man done left and ain't got no help. So now you getting the $200. I can't come back unless you willing to give up the $200. So that's the truism of it. Because at the time that black women started increasing on the welfare rolls was at the same time that black men were increasing on the unemployment roll. Because during those times, like I said, we black men always have the highest rate of unemployment in this country, no matter what. So it can be at record lows today at 3.6%, and the black male community is still double. So it's at 6. But that's considered great for us, because when it was 10 for them white folks, it was 15, 16 for us. It's always that way. So the narrative, I just always want to push back on that narrative where they said that welfare drove the black man out the home. No, it stopped them from coming back in the home. Like I said, Claudine got welfare, and that was more of a true story that people are saying, put that in black women's head. No, she was already a single mother with 5 kids with no man. So she applied for the aid. That's the way it works, but it did prevent them from coming back in. So
do you all remember the story of the welfare queen?
Yeah, Ronald Reagan.
Yeah. If we have time, pull up that little skit of when she got caught after this, of course.
And you know the crazy part about it, just to tap in that real quick, what's really crazy about that, they don't even know if that woman was black. There's a reporter from Chicago that did a story. This woman,
No, she got caught. She got caught.
Right, she got
was
caught.
Black. She was black.
But no, what they said was when they went back and started going through her history, and she had like several different birth certificates. So it was like she married all these different guys. They don't know if she was an immigrant, and they think she was black. Then they thought she might have been mixed. Then they thought she might have been like Arab.
She had multiple names, like
multiple names. She committed multiple crimes.
Multiple. I think she was collecting even from multiple states and stuff.
Yes,
like,
I think she
was a pro.
She got in fraud on I think on a couple people died, and she was doing Social Security fraud. She was a fraudster her whole fucking life. But he created this welfare queen to say that all black women on welfare was just no. This woman was a professional fucking scammer her entire life, and he painted all black women with that. All black women on public.
Yeah. All black women got blamed. Yep, got looked at in a light, and this is the thing. We took it and ran with it too. Like, even in our own community, we bought into that crap.
Yep, and they're repeating it today, which is what drives me crazy. You got people in the manosphere right now. The black woman, she get a check and she get a free place. And why was she? I'm like, y'all motherfuckers is just. My sister that's in the nursing home was on the Section 8 apartment and getting a disability check. I'm about to be 58. She's 60. She 20 years, 20, maybe 30 years. She ain't never lived high off the tip. Now, she did have her little 2-bedroom apartment that was $20 a month. That's it. And then she would get her little $300 a month check. But guess what? With that $300 she had to do, you say, oh, she didn't have to pay no rent. That $300 was gone with gas and electric. That's it.
Shout out to Mark.
You do not get any supplement to pay your motherfucking utilities. You don't. So
that's fact.
And she loved to run air conditioning because she was obese. Many a time she would call me, they about to cut my electric off.
Oh.
And it wasn't because she couldn't afford to pay the bill.
Mm-hmm.
And I would go over there and raise hell about them running air, doors open and shit like that. I'm like, you can't afford to live comfortably.
Right.
Sorry. So the whole narrative that people are saying, like that, like I said, they're feeding off the tit, fat, and happy, and it's a party, isn't. The government gives you just enough to keep you from being dead on the street. That's it. That's it.
Why is that? Why is that?
Put you 1 foot in the grave for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And the whole time. That's why she had horrible health disparities. She's in a nursing home now at 60. Been in there for the last going on 6 years now. She's been in there since she's about 54, 55. Multiple strokes and everything else.
Oh man.
Ghetto, hood living, same shit. And that it kept her in poverty. But she never worked either. But so I always say she made a conscious choice and decision that she was happy to live in abject poverty. Because you're right, Patrice, it is poverty. She could have worked her way out of it, but she chose not to. So, like, you're in a nursing home. That's it.
All right, y'all. Let's wrap this clotting thing up. Okay, so this is the ending scene. In this scene, the brother, I guess, comes back from the rally or whatever he did. I forgot. Did he rob somebody? Or I think it was a rally.
It was a rally about jobs and stuff.
Okay, right. So he's running from the police. He runs into the wedding, and all kind of chaos ensues. Okay, let's check it out.
Kiss the bride. What's going on?
I forgot about the part where everybody in the wedding starts attacking the cops, right?
Yeah.
We was a community back then. We was a community.
The community, that's a good
Sell
point.
out ass fuckers now.
Good point.
Turn us all up.
Because I want us to see that we stuck together, even
Yeah.
though, hey, okay, my son is wrong, okay, but
We'll
you ain't
take
gonna
care of
just come up here and snatch him up. You ain't gonna just come up in here and snatch him up, right? Okay, so
No,
and,
actually, he wasn't wrong. They were protesting.
Right.
but I'm saying, Patrice, even if he was wrong, right? Let's say he did do something out there, and the police come running up in the house. They didn't just. We as a community just didn't let the police just run up in there.
Oh no.
You
Oh
can't
no.
just
That wasn't
come and
happening.
snatch him up. Okay, if he wrong, we gonna bring him to you, and we gonna make sure that he gets to the police station the way he's supposed to get there. Okay, so we were just more harmonious. We were much more of a community, tighter knit community, a village, as they say, right? And these are lessons that's lost. You wondering why black people are doing as bad as they doing a lot of times, because we don't stick together. Like
Well, let's be real too. They putting bullets more in us too. If we can't even try nothing like that right now.
well, you're right. They putting bullets, but I don't think they're putting more bullets in us. I think we sticking together less, and we raising less hell about it. You know,
Now,
they've always been doing
we
this stuff.
sticking together less, and they putting more bullets in us.
Maybe so. You might be right. Okay, so but the point is, at this point, everybody's it's chaos, pandemonium in the wedding scene, right? And they running around trying to figure out what they're gonna do. Now, everybody's trying to figure out what they're gonna do. Now, there's points in our community, in the black community particularly, where you got to pick a side. There is no side to stand. There is no neutral ground. You have to pick a side. So now we're gonna see where a lot of the people in the wedding. I mean, you got to pick a side. What you gonna do? All right, so let's finish it up.
Out of sight, I wanna be what pleases you. So long as there is peace with you, that's all I can do. So let us make you Where you going, young lady? We can do it now, baby.
So we all going to jail.
We all going to jail.
That's respect.
All right. All right, y'all. Let's wrap it up. What do y'all think? What are some things that this movie showed us that's good? What are some things that the movie showed us that we need to improve on? What are some things that we can learn from this movie?
I keep going back to what I said earlier in the beginning. The one superpower that black people have, we've always had, and we still continue today to have, and that's resilience. So that, to me, that goes back to when we discussed a couple of weeks ago the idiocy from Dennis Sperling talking about the black community will be gone in 40 years. That's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard on this earth, because for a group of people who've been through 400 years of what we've been through, and we still are standing up shining simply because you don't like how this particular generation doesn't suit to you or tickle your fancy, fuck you. Who are you? And the black community, we've been through highs and lows before. We'll continue to go through highs and lows. Right now, yeah, I actually think we're doing pretty darn good. We got more millionaires and billionaires than we've ever had. We got more black people have more wealth than we've ever had in the history of this country. Not nearly enough, but more it does. And I think, like most cultures and ethnicities, we're going through a cycle where we're we redefine ourselves every generation. Each generation determines and dictates what it wants to be for its generation. Like right now, what is the current generation? What is it? Z or what is it? I don't keep up with it.
Yeah, Gen Z's.
Right. So they're determining what this generation is going to look like. And no more than us, me and you, Patrice, as boomers, we didn't solely define our generation by how our parents were. Each generation sort of goes through its own iteration of what it wants to be, and it decides it. Now, sometimes they're going to be more positive, sometimes they're going to be more negative, but they will survive. We may get to the point of a precipice where it seems like we're going over the cliff, and we will course correct and we will pull ourselves back. We've always done it. We've always done it. So this whole bullshit about we're marching to self-destruction, it's offensive to me that people even say it. And when I see stories like Claudine, that's what gives me hope. People, when we were at the low point, we had no hope. We still had hope. And we still survived. And we still knew that there would be a better tomorrow. So miss me with that dumb shit. Claudine is a great story. It's a story in face of the obstacles of the government. And it's a love story. It's a love story.
That's what most people miss.
It's
actually a love story. It's actually
I love this woman so much. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? This man, hey, you didn't see him talking about the kids or anything like that. I love this woman. And not only do I love her, but when I take her on, I take on her kids. They're all part of her.
Hold on, Rico.
A lot
Shout
of
out
ideas
to
that come out
Shout
of
out to Lorenzo. Go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's a lot of positive ideals. Me, they just got to sit there and see it for what it is. And stories, like I said, like this, Sparkle, the one you said the other day, I tell you the greatest love story of all time, Billy D. Williams and Diana Ross, Mahogany. Mahogany. Oh, Lord. And the black man is a politician. You know what I'm saying? That's a good story when y'all talking about the male-female relationships and masculinity and femininity.
Well, we could do that one next.
That's an excellent story, Mahogany, because Diana Ross being this high fashion model and him being a politician and her insisting that she want to go on with her career. See, this shit y'all talk about that y'all act like it's new is older than time memoriam. Oh, that movie, as old as this is, same storylines, and long before your goddaddy came up and said any of this shit. Where y'all think he got this shit from?
Daddy.
These movies. Your goddaddy was a fan of Mahogany, Sparkle, Claudine, and so on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Yeah. And then these movie makers who made these movies, some of the great cinematic the Peebles, the father, Mario Van Peebles, and Melvin Van Peebles, which is his father. Back to the 50s and 60s, which was the first Black photographer for a major fashion magazine, and then went into movie making. And then his son is a movie maker and a director. People don't know. We got a long history of telling our stories with authenticity the way we want to. And all this shit y'all talking about today has been talked about ad nauseum in books, in movies, in plays.
Well, Rico, what they doing today is they taking the love and the responsibility out of it. So they have the discussion, but they take the love and responsibility out of it. So now you don't have to, if you have a woman and you having relations with a woman and you spending time with a woman, you don't have to have no responsibility of trying to make her life better. We as back in the day, we automatically knew coming into the situation that you were supposed to be an improvement to her life.
If you a man,
supposed to be an improvement. You weren't supposed to be a succubus, right? You were supposed to be an improvement. But now, men come into the situation now, and they will say that they expect the woman to be an improvement to them. Totally. In other words, where the woman is supposed to pay his bills, the woman's supposed to be a financial asset, and just an asset in every category. and then they don't have to bring anything else to the table. I'm talking about the men other than sex. That's just not how it. That's not how it realistically goes, right?
No. They cut different because, like I said, back then, I mean, just they y'all, like I said, this is y'all generation. Y'all do it whatever way you want, but back then, you ain't gonna shit on my generation. Now, if y'all want to do it this way, y'all want to do, I don't have to do this, okay, fine, go ahead. I ain't gonna pass no aspersions on your generation, but you ain't gonna pass none on mine either, because we were all right. We didn't have, and especially in the Black communities, you had, love, relationships, and it had its pluses and its minuses. Same way y'all sit there and try to use the past to weapon. That's the thing. Y'all even try to use my generation to weaponize against Black women of this generation.
And saying as we completely failed, and we didn't. We weren't perfect, but we didn't.
Exactly.
We didn't completely fail a whole generation of people. Because my generation raised my son, who is a Gen Xer, right? So, and then it goes from Gen X to your millennials, and millennials to your now Zs, right? So what I saw and what I got out of this movie is because I know for a fact I grew up with these type of women. I grew up watching these type of women overcome. I grew up watching these type of women get good men, and they had children, and these men married them, and these men took care of them, and these men they took the role of the stepfather. It wasn't taboo back then, as obviously it seemed to be now, with this generation now, that they don't even want a woman to have kids. What is the expectation of you meeting a woman in her 20s or 30s that don't have at least one child? At least I know it's some out there, but I'm saying for the most part, these women that are in their 20s and 30s have at least one for sure.
What's crazy, Patrice?
Not all, some, but I'm just saying the perception of what is now, and the reason why I say it's worse now and we're losing is because of what's out here now. Reality TV, entertainment, the media, the type of music, all of it plays a part into this new generation wave of what they consider to be toxic, right now with what's going on. And I'm hoping that, yes, like our generation was different. My son's was a Gen X, or his generation was different. And now you got your millennials raising these Zs. I'm hoping that they will turn the tide, right? Because we all know that generations, tides change, circumstances change, life cycles change. So I'm hoping that these Ys and millennials, that are raising their children now, which are going to be your Zs, and it's another one after that, even the little babies that's being born now, what they call, that's coming up. I'm hoping that these life cycles will get better and they won't get worse, because this is, I will say, this is some of, not completely, but some of the worst of times. And it has a lot to do with, the lifestyles and what's being portrayed out here. All of the things that this younger generation is seeing. They don't have the role models that we had to look up to. They don't have the village to help raise them anymore. So much has changed. So I'm hoping that a little bit of that can come back, a little bit of the wholesomeness, a little bit of the morals and values that we grew up with having, that can be instilled in the children that's coming up today. That's going to be the future, probably when we long gone. That's my hope. So like our grandchildren, I'm hoping our grandchildren can make it better.
All right, well, y'all, let's look at what they got to look out here. Remember, we had Big Mama, we had your auntie, me and Patrice Rico. We was talking about the ladies that used to babysit us. I had Miss Clarice, and Patrice had Miss Red. It just was a lady that wasn't working, that just took care of the babies on the block, right?
Yep.
Okay, well, that's the kind of woman we all looked up to, and everybody looked up to, right? Now this is what the girls are having to look up to now. This is what so we're gonna play a little bit of her and see what she says and how we'll just see how the mentality has switched around.
A housewife. Good. Because I'm both. I don't have to choose.
She belongs to the streets.
But you wouldn't be a whore. No? Oh, that's no fun. I'm going to start calling people's opinions of me fan theories, because that's truly what they are. They are based in nothing but falsehood, projections, and judgment. Not too much creativity put into that. Now, I don't do apologies because I am so not sorry. To regret anything I've done is to regret the awareness that I've gained. I don't like the sound of that. If it taught me something, it made me better. So why do I have to pacify a man to make you feel better? Because the difference between me and you is that I have more courage in my big toe than you do in your whole entire body. And anything that I say, just telling the truth, anything I say that scares someone off, I'm glad. Because that's one less coward to waste my fucking time.
All right. You guys know this is Brittany Renner. And basically, she was reacting to her being called H and a housewife, and somebody somebody was trying to say that she's she's not worthy of male attention, at least by males that are competent. And so she was reacting to that situation. Now, my issue is this: she's a single mom, right? Unfortunately, we have this type of image that's out here as single moms. Now, my question to y'all: is she the mythical single mom?
Absolutely not.
Is she okay? Give me what is this mythical single mom?
What do you mean when you're using the term mythical? What does that mean?
Okay, when I say mythical single mom, I mean they have this mythical single mom out here. This mom that's getting child support, spending it on hair and nails, and going out and partying with it, and then she don't want to work. She just
she's not the mythical
dudes.
single mom. The vast majority of single mothers work. The vast majority of single Black mothers work full fucking time. It's a small percentage of Black women that are single mothers, that are unemployed, that are not working full time. So
and most of them, and even some of them are working, whether it be full or part time, and they going to school. They in school to get degrees, and their children are in, either with babysitters or in the system in preschool or in some kind of program that.
I would easily say 80 to 85% of 80% of Black single mothers have a full-time job.
Okay,
Absolutely.
Patrice brought up a good point. A lot of them are in school.
Yes.
Now, okay, well, hold on. Let me do a shout out real quick. Shout out to Lorenza Gabb. Black Girls, another good movie. Jill Chocolate Boutique. Shout out to you. Good to see you. Glad you have you.
So to just put a pin in it without even going any deeper. If they working full time, they spend their money on what the fuck they want to, just like these Black men.
Well, you have to. I mean, if you have children, man, stuff comes up.
You spend your money on whatever you want to spend your money on. You cannot regulate a person who works a full-time 40-hour-a-week job as to what. Now, you can say, I don't think it's a wise idea to spend your money foolishly. But the same as I'm not going to listen to nobody tell me how to spend my money. I don't think them creating this narrative that
That's one of your narratives right there.
that's a single mom. Okay, that has nothing to do with them being employed or not.
Shout out
They
to
have
Tony.
a full-time 40-hour-a-week job. A full-time 40-hour-a-week job. They do what the hell they want with their money, is what I'm saying. Now, of course, I'm going to assume that any parent, a vast majority of their income will go to supporting their children.
Obviously.
That just goes without saying. You wish you didn't have to spend none on them, but you know you have to. That just goes without saying. But you work full time. So if you get your hair and your nails done, who the hell am I to tell you not to? So in other words, this is what would suffice them. So in other words, what they want is any single mother, you better not never have your hair done.
Right.
You better not never have your nails done.
Right.
You have to be looking like a goddamn broken. You need to be looking like a fucking maid every day.
Right.
That
And
can
how
work a
hey,
40-hour week.
Rico, and how you gonna get a job looking like that as a woman?
Or a man. Or a
Or
man.
a man, right?
So it's
People
like,
gonna-
wait a minute. You say, so if she's trying to doll herself up to
Right.
look fit and feminine, nah, she got kids. All I say is the vast majority of Black mothers, single or married, the overwhelming vast majority are full-time employed in this country.
Absolutely. Okay.
80 to 85, maybe close to 90% or better.
Okay, y'all.
At the same rate as Black
And
men.
this whole perception of the single moms and you know with putting most of the onus on the woman, which I don't think is fair, because she's left a single mom because that man may not chose to marry her. These men are not necessarily choosing to marry women either, so they're being left. They're not just being left single moms most of the time because they want to be single moms.
I'm gonna address
So
that
we-
right now, Patrice.
Yeah, we need to stop that with the the average Black woman is a single mom. Is it why? It's too
We're gonna let me read it
sides to the
first.
story.
And when we drop this link,
Wait.
Brother New Growth, you're gonna have to come up and address that, what you just said.
I'm gonna drop
we
it
need
in
to
just a
address
second.
that, because I'm
gonna drop it in just a
I
second.
think
Just like listen, just like leaving them single moms.
Yeah.
Listen,
Wait.
they didn't become moms by themselves.
Nope.
Well, Patrice, let me read it first. Let me read it, and then let's address it. Okay, so Doberman says, shout out to Doberman, by the way. Glad to have you in the building, brother. All right. He says the average Black woman is a single mom. I don't know about that stat. It's overwhelming. It's the overwhelming norm. In some cases, in some places, area of the country, I would agree. There is no one archetype of what their education looks, etc., etc. Okay, so he's saying it don't matter what they are, light skin, dark skin, whatever. They are educational.
I'm not gonna fully disagree with what he's saying. The only thing is he completely overlooked. Are you saying that the average Black woman that's a single mom is unemployed or on welfare? That's the point.
I'm just tired of the narrative being where the onus is only being on the Black single mom. Like we need to quit it, because the men are not marrying them. They left them single moms. They got them pregnant. They played a major part in it as well. So I don't understand where the other side of the responsibility of that, where the onus need to be on both sides of the spectrum, instead on one side, and only blaming the Black single mom for her being a Black single mom.
But isn't this something else too, though?
Wait, Rico, hold on. Let's do the math on that. So you're right, Patrice. Now I'm gonna do the math behind it. The math behind it is, when you have a male-female conception, who has the live germ? The male.
Mm-hmm.
Female does not have the live germ, meaning she is only bringing an egg with an X chromosome to the table. The man is bringing the live germ, which is the live sperm that's actually alive and swimming, into the process, right? He brings the X chromosome, which is the little swimmers, and he brings the Y chromosome, which is the big, huge ones swimming, right? Okay. So the man brings the live germ. So in other words, nothing's going to happen unless the man brings that live germ to the party. So how can you have a single mom and blame everything on her when the man is the one that made her a mom, right? Or
Thank you.
contributed to her being a mom, right?
Yeah, exactly. At least I'm saying, yeah, it's gotta be a halfway situation when it comes to her being left a single mom.
But
I'm not gonna even say single. I'm just gonna say the mom part. Let's just address the mom part. Let's just address the part where that a man chose, as well as that woman, to sleep with that woman unprotected, and he actually ejaculated off in her and got her pregnant, and she became pregnant from that. So that it has to be a half and half. The part that he took responsibility to say, if I do this way, she could get pregnant. So why is the onus only going on the woman as, oh man, she got knocked up, now she's a single mom, whereas you are that man that made a decision as well to sleep with this woman unprotected, knowing that you could possibly get her pregnant. So it's like I'm gonna need more of that onus to be split in the middle when it comes to that part. At least let's address the mom part, and then we can address her being left single part.
But let me ask you a question though. If we got 80% single mothers, that means we got an almost equal number, not almost exactly equal because the mother can have multiple children. But if it's 80% single mothers, that means we got 50, 60% single black fathers.
I don't know what the numbers are.
No, but I'm saying because for every single mother, there's a single father on the opposite side of that equation. He just ain't raising the kids. But he's still
not necessarily because
unless he was married to somebody else.
That's what I'm getting ready to say. A lot of times they'll make another woman a single woman, and then they'll marry another woman.
Right? Like I say, unless he's married to somebody else. But if I'm a single man and I impregnate you and make you a single mother, that there automatically makes me a single father. I'm still single, and now I'm a father.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I wouldn't say father, Rico. I wouldn't say
you're
father.
A father. You are a father.
Well, I wouldn't say father because a father is something different than just a person that contributed to the birth.
Single daddy.
You gotta get him a single something. You gotta get some kind of title.
Yeah. We gotta figure it out. Let's figure it out because I don't want to call somebody a father that's not being a father.
Well, shit, they call themselves a father.
Right.
They run around calling themselves.
But we all know people. We all know people that say things.
Right.
The ones that
bragging about being a father and they single.
The ones that have custody of their children are being called single fathers. The ones that are saying that they calling these black women single mothers are single daddies.
Okay, they single something. That's all I'm saying.
Or single sperm donors, or single sperm donors.
And then they lose their shit if you call them a sperm donor.
But why? Because that's all they're doing, right?
Huh?
That's all they're doing.
Exactly. Like when it's all fun, when they having the fun, going in that woman raw, getting that feeling, ejaculating off into her. They ain't thinking about. They only thinking about in that moment, in that feel good moment. They not thinking about, or they're not caring about the fact that I know I don't want to marry this woman. I know I don't really want the responsibility to raise a child, to be on child support, to take care of child, but I'm still enjoy this while I can.
Yeah.
And F the consequences. If it happened, it happened. It's gonna be on her. The onus gonna be on her. She gonna be left a single mom because I'm a bounce. See, I'm a bounce.
Okay, Sister Annie says some of the mothers that give birth have trifling behavior as well. What do we call them? Well, they are mothers. They are mothers by definition. Here, let me explain why.
They are trifling baby mamas. They trifling baby mamas.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just saying we gotta lay it.
Hold on. Let me explain to her what I'm talking about. Okay, so Sister Annie, the reason why a mother is still a mother, even though she may be trifling, is because once she fights through death and brings that baby forth, now she gets a new name. She gets a new name, mother. That's her new name now. Whether she's trifling after that that doesn't negate her from being a mother. Now, the father is something earned. That's a title that's earned. You're not just a father just because you was at the birth or you contributed to the birth. You are just the donor or the contributor or person that was involved with the conception. But a father is something that you do. That's a verb that you have to do to be that, and you have to constantly earn and reinforce that. You
Well,
can't just.
bruh, Clarence,
Well, then then a lot of our kids don't have no daddy.
No, bruh, Clarence, I'm gonna push back on that because just because you give
Wrong with
birth to a child don't make you a mother. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this:
No,
Because
I'm saying
every woman don't have that motherly maternal
don't
instinct.
make you a good
Just
mother,
because you,
Patrice. It don't make you a good mother. But if
it,
you push
it,
that
make
baby
you
out,
it make you a
you're a
woman
mother.
that gave birth to a child.
but then by that definition, if you
Because
want,
mothers are earned as well. Just because
but
she conceived the
Agreed.
child,
Good,
she
good
conceived
brother.
the child, but she still have to be a mother to that child.
Well,
And every
I'm
woman that conceive a child does not necessarily make them a mother. I
but
don't believe in
what I'm saying,
that. No
Patrice.
more than I believe in the father syndrome.
But what I'm saying, Patrice, that the mother is so much more involved in getting that child here that I don't want to, even though she may not be doing what she's supposed to do once the baby is here, I don't want to discount the
No, I said she conceived
effort
a
that she had
child.
to go
She
through to get us
conceived the
here.
child. Yeah, I'm saying it. She
Even though
conceived
she
the
might not
child.
be,
She birthed the child.
exactly. I don't want
Doesn't
to.
make
I
her
don't want to discount
a
that.
mother though. It doesn't make her a mother.
Clarence,
It
No, it
makes
doesn't
her
make her a
a
good
woman.
mother.
It makes
Clarence, you
her
done lost the
right.
whole chat. Your
It
nonsense lost the whole chat. Nobody agree with you.
who?
The
Nobody
whole chat.
who?
Nobody
Agree
in here
who?
agree with you. You lost me. You lost Patrice. I ain't even
Yeah,
listening.
yeah,
But that
yeah,
shit you
yeah.
said just don't make
I'm
no
telling you,
sense.
Brooklyn, I'm a woman, and I've seen
Nah, bro, that ain't it.
some women that conceive children, bore children into this world, and they are not mothers. I'm sorry.
And I will
just
go
was at
back.
court yesterday dealing with one. I understand what you're saying. Believe
I'm
me.
going back to my original position. If we have all these single mothers on one side of the equation, it was a male that was on the other side of the equation. And if said male is single and the two people who procreate, we call one a mother, we call one a father. Now, if you're going to go with this verb shit you said, then 90% of them is little bastards. Okay? But we know they have a father. And if he's single, he's tripping. Thank you.
No, I just want. Because the perception in the manosphere and in these YouTube streets is that black single mothers are the worst. They tabooed. You shouldn't mess with them. You shouldn't wife them. You shouldn't be a stepfather. That perception, because it is some good women out here that are single women, single mothers that work every day. They educated. They take care of their children. They're good mothers. They just not a wife yet. That is the only difference.
I got some good advice, y'all. So I'm going to take it. That was my opinion. That was my opinion. What I said to y'all about the single moms and single dads. That is my opinion. All right. I'm sorry, Patrice. Go ahead and finish because we're gonna move on.
No, I just said I just didn't want. I'm tired of hearing that perception about black single moms. Like that is the worst thing in the world. A lot of these men were raised by black single moms that are saying this. Exactly. And then the perception needs to be a two-way street here, because in general there are more good single mothers than there are not. I see them every day. I got nieces, I got cousins, younger generations. These women, they not on welfare. They educated, they working, they just happen to not be married. But they are mothers. They are raising their children. They got values, they got morals, integrity, and they're instilling this in their children. So this whole taboo perception of black single moms like it is the worst thing to be in the world. It is not.
Okay, Patrice. Let's get to the real question. Why do black single mothers have such stigma? I mean, because single mothers in general have a stigma, but black single mothers seem to have the worst of the worst stigma on them.
And hell, it's like that because black men gave it to them.
Yeah,
And we took the road with that in our community, in our society. Black men label black women, black single mothers as like the taboo or the worst thing. And
Punk
why?
ass black men. Punk ass black men is I'm flat out. Punk ass black men. And my whole point is I don't dispute.
And I'm not talking about your Brittany Renters. It's a difference in your Brittany renters and the women that I'm talking about that I know in my life and my family that I see in the community a lot that are good black single mothers that are going to school, educated, work full-time jobs, raising their children right. Like, come on.
And let me say this too, right? Okay. Brittany Renner is Brittany Renner. We gotta stop taking the worst of our community and making them a representation of the majority of the community. Because see, the people who want to stigmatize and talk about black women, that's who they're gonna run to. Look at Brittany Renner. For every one black Brittany, and first of all, the bitch half black. But for every I think you got a white
Rico, what difference does that make, Rico?
I'm just saying, right? Okay, I'm just saying. But when I'm
saying,
she's
biracial, but in our community, she's considered black.
Good goddamn sense, and the other half is just as stupid as stupid as you.
Now you crazy.
So I ain't gonna say which side, but whatever. But what I'm saying is this: is for every one of her, there's 100 black women who do not behave and they might be mothers who do not behave in any way. We also have to understand Brittany Renner is in a distinct position and field. Ever since that girl was probably 18 years of age, she's been fucking with and sleeping with high earning, if not high value.
But Rico,
men.
why do we use the Brittany Winners as the example?
No, right.
What are we doing?
Right, to me, she's garbage. But I'm just saying, if a person, how her mentality gets broken, her mentality got broken by black men because black men have coveted her for her sexuality probably ever since at a young age. And that's why she's so fucked up. That's why she ends up being so fucked up, so jaded, and mind so poisonous. Because she didn't get that way from black women. She got that way from thirsty ass black men that probably have been coveting her sexuality ever since a young age, all the way up until her latest episode. And still today, I promise you, her DMs is flooded with thirsty ass men of color who will talk shit by her about doing a day and will be begging and kissing her ass all motherfucking night. So when you see this toxic woman who talk like that, we created it. We didn't ignore her. We didn't shun her. They're not telling her to be a better woman. They telling, so let me see a naked picture. Oh, they sliding in their DM. I'm going to flew you out. And all this other shit. That's how these IG.
I'm going to flew you out. I'm going to flew you out.
Like that. They
don't
get broken like that.
I'm going to flew you out.
Patrice, it's the libations, Patrice.
Yeah, but they get broken like that through that excessive level of attention and thirst. It fucks you up. It just does. It will jade your belief, and you would think I can get whatever I want from whoever I want. Because she has been
sending her money, gifts, cards. They've been doing all kind of stuff for her. But what you don't realize is
it has an expiration date.
Like every other thing, man.
It has an expiration date.
And people been telling us she pretty her whole life. She been getting pretty girl privilege. And just the whole perception of what it is today with reality TV and Instagram and OnlyFans and all of that stuff. It's easy for these girls who are been told they pretty their whole life and had pretty girl privilege to fall into the scenarios of the Brittany Renters because all of these sports figures, these rappers are in their DMs.
Because what it does is it creates a warped sense of value.
Right.
So in your mind, you think you have a higher value than what you do until your expiration. And the only thing that's going to break them out of it is when they finally hit that expiration date, and that usually comes with age. When they just age out of being with pretty, because at a certain point, pretty privilege has an age that it's like, bitch, we don't care. When you get like me and Patrice, you don't care how pretty you look.
Hey, why you throwing Patrice up there? Patrice ain't that.
I mean, okay.
hey, watch it.
I mean, me and Clarence. When you get like me and Clarence, I'm not as pretty as I used to be. So the whole thing is is that that's what generally happens. But when you're younger, I'm telling you, and like I said, that girl probably said 15, 16 years old.
Yeah,
Look at the,
I would agree.
And it warps your sense of value. So people, so that's why when she talks like that, I'm like, she's not representative of the average Black woman, because the average Black woman
also
is not being given that level of attention.
And also, Rico, it depends on how she grew up. She could have grew up watching her dad dog her mom.
Yes.
She could have grew up in a toxic environment.
I think she was raised by a single mom. And,
yeah, you know.
She saw the mom.
Single mom who was white that slept with a black man and he left her a single baby mama. So please, come on, y'all.
A lot of broken things come into that thought process, which forms her being how she is. And I'm like, she is what she is, but please don't look at that woman and tell me you see the average Black woman.
I just don't want her to be the poster child. She should not be the poster child for a single Black mother. She should not be the poster child.
This is one thing I always say: when a Black person bring her up, the first thing I do is I question, who the fuck are you around that you see a bunch of Brittany Reynolds? I don't see any of them when I.
But that's what we want to talk about, y'all. We want to talk about
I see them on TV,
how do we get her
in my real world? I see no Brittany Reynolds, none of that ratchet, raggedy shit. I see it on TV.
Because you ain't young, Rico. Rico, you're not young. These young.
But he got nieces.
I still in the world.
Don't you got nieces? I got nieces that's Brittany Reynolds. All of them.
I got a workplace.
Listen, all of them got full-time jobs.
Come on,
all of them are educated, and some of them got one.
I know, but I'm talking about a lot of these young girls look at her and see her, or they don't have any other influence, so they're trying to find an influence on the internet, and they run into somebody like that.
They
so
do
that's
have
what
other influences. They do have other influence. Society, it's because we keep uplifting these people. You have influences in everything you do, on every walk that you do. You may not choose to be influenced. People don't see it.
Young people don't. Okay, Rico.
They don't see the regular. If that girl goes to college, she don't see regular, decent Black classmates all around her.
Maybe not. Okay,
come on, Clarence. Jesus Christ. They just may not want to emulate it. I want to be a bad bitch, but they don't see bad bitches in class all day.
Rico.
Yeah.
Can I go to New Grove, please?
Yes, but don't come up with
the brother gave me some good advice.
Go ahead.
The brother gave me some good advice. I want to hear what he got to say, man. All right, so Brother New Grove, what do you got to say about what we've been talking about, man? What's going on?
It's interesting. I'm listening. It's I don't know. It just seems like it's a lot of blame being put on either side. We in the middle. I can't look on either side and either way, because we like to say that a Black woman, she working full-time job. That's what you got smoked with me for. And
the child support money.
That's what I'm talking about. The child support money, right?
But New Grove, I'm the one that said the onus should not just only be on the single Black mother. There is another part in that. So I'm not blaming one side. I'm just saying it should be both.
Right. I hear you say that.
You know what I'm saying?
The way you describe it.
The men are saying, I'm saying, because the men are saying, like the single Black mother is taboo. It's the worst thing. That's all I hear in these YouTube streets. The single Black mother, the single Black mom, the single Black mom. Well, they got to realize that single Black mom had to sleep with a man that made her a single Black mom, or left her a single Black mom, or it didn't work out and she's a single Black mom. But he's also a dad.
Right.
Of this child, of this single Black mom. So to me, it's gotta be, it's gotta be a 50-50 thing when it comes to that part. And that the single Black mom should not be looked at in a light of just taboo, because they're more not Brittany Renners of the world than they are Brittany Renners of the world. So why aren't we talking about those women and not the Brittany Renners of the world?
I think a lot of guys, like in these spaces and stuff, You know, like even Clarence had talked about it all the time. Why the woman gets the upper hand in the court system because we don't vote. So we acknowledge that there is a leverage towards the woman, especially the black woman in our community. So a lot of these guys are talking out of resentment, not necessarily. Hey, I mean, it's like barbershop talk. We're gonna say, "Oh man, I had the baddest girl last night." Man, you was at home chilling, you doing nothing. So a lot of it is talk. You know what I'm saying? A lot of it is barbershop talk, but a lot of it comes from a real place. Like when a woman, like this going to Rico, like when a woman can get child support and has no restrictions on that money is spent for the kid. And that woman, I know women that go get fresh with the child support money. I know women who get the club this and they going out this and that. So it's like a lot of them are speaking from a resentful place. A lot of people are speaking. It doesn't mean that they're right, right? And you're absolutely right, OG Patrice. It's both parts, but they're speaking from a part. I'm getting the short end of the stick, so to speak, in their mind.
Okay, so now we're talking about two different things. You're talking about the child support part of it, and I agree because it does favor the woman. I agree with that, and a lot of times the woman is not necessarily doing what she should do by that child with that money, and there's unfortunately very little to zero that the man can do about that. But I'm talking about just the single black mom label in it of itself.
Well, that gets stuck on them because of that, because of the outcomes. So we automatically look at a single black mother. Back in the day, we look at, okay, she has a kid, cool. But now we see, oh, she took him to court. She got all this money. So we automatically look at a woman who has a baby and say, ugh, single black mama, taboo. Don't mess with her. All of the negativity comes along with that. We know, like a woman who's in college, she might be in college and all of this and doing her thing, but she still gets that stigma because of the history. So it's not necessarily the child support. It's the history from that. It's not the woman. 9 times out of 10, we don't know a woman is single mother until she tells her. So let's say if I was single and I met a woman out and we having a good time and blah blah blah, and then she said, "Oh, I got a baby," and I was one of these guys. I said, "Oh, the taboo. You one of them.
So
you're gonna take my money. You're gonna do this."
Okay, so Negro. So you're saying that every single black mother is getting that label tabooed on her because of the child support issue and the way the man views the single black mom. They just automatically assume because she's a single black mother, she's taking some man and getting all the child support from that.
Right. It's an unfortunate stereotype. Yeah. Just like when like if you see somebody like a younger guy and you know he's automatically looked at as a criminal. You know what I'm saying? We know all black men aren't criminals. We know all of this is not occurring, but the situations put society or the society already had that viewpoint, but it comes along for the whole crop. So a few bad apples can spoil a whole bunch. So that's a negative mindset, and they're perpetuating it online, which is silly. But men do think like that. You know, hey, this.
Patrice, can I get his ass a little bit before we out of time? Let me
get
him a little bit. Right? Hang in. Buckle up. Okay, because you talked about the child support, and in particular, and I'm not going to say that your statement is untrue. I think your statement is overly sensationalized, and the statement that you put was you was like, you know, Rico, I think something along the lines that you know some women who get the child support, right? I know single moms spending their kids' child support on getting their hair and nails done. I never said that was not true, but that's wildly sensationalized. Okay, meaning that it's a wild over exaggeration, and it's a narrative that people who don't want to pay child support they use as a justification for as to why they don't want to pay child support. Do you know factually that only 44% of child support recipients get the full amount that they're due? Only 44%. 30% of people who are owed child support receive nothing. Nothing. And they're not going out here getting state aid either because these are full-time parents, full-time working parents. Take their baby daddy for child support, and that nigga just don't pay. I'm not going to, I shouldn't blame the nigga. That man, because it could be white, and whatever. 30% flat out don't pay. 30%. So it's not fuck child support, it's fuck them kids because they don't pay. And only 44% get full of the full payment that they're owed, and the other percentage get partial payments.
That's a good point,
When
Rico.
we have the child, now we're talking about them spending on hair and nails. Well, 30% of them don't even get anything. So when you see them getting their hair and nails done, they have an order, but they just ain't getting the money. They gotta wait, and maybe once a year where they'll take and take their taxes or whatever the case, but they don't get it. And I say where there are instances like that where I've gotten child support and I paid child support, where it's like, I don't care what, my daughter's mother did when she got it, because usually especially when you're out of state, because my daughter was down there in Columbus, Georgia. I'm up here in DC. So I had to take it out of my check, go over to DC courthouse for them then to cut a check to the state of Georgia. And they're doing all this shit by mail, because mine was like 20, almost 30 years ago. Could mail a check to Georgia, and then for the state of Georgia then to cut a check to send to their mother. She might got the check 6 to 7 or 8 weeks after it was taken out of my paycheck. What did she do in the interim in that period of time for my daughter? She paid full freight. So when she got that check, she might have been reimbursing herself for money that she spent on my behalf while she was waiting on it. So when guys see that, they don't take that into consideration. They don't even think about that. They look at, and I get the argument with wanting to know how it is. The average child support payment in the country is something like annually $6,000 a year. So it's currently up to $500 a month. But the average before was like $400 a month. Average. Now we know that there are guys that pay on the very high end. I can hear them squawking. But the vast majority of people that are paying, they're paying according to their income, and they're paying a small sum, maybe on average $400 a month. I can tell you got kids, Negro. $400 with one kid. You ain't doing cartwheels.
No.
So if you're missing wife only cut you a check for $400 a month, you're not gonna go, woo, I hit the lottery. Like she eat that. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever the case may be. So that's part of the argument. Again, when people are hollering about child support, they're leaving all of that out.
That's a great soliloquy, but you didn't deal with the fact that I said that the women that get child support spend it on themselves. I'm not saying that the people how much they get, how much they
get.
The
thing. They may be taking these dedicated funds and spending it on themselves, but then they took undedicated funds, meaning money that wasn't dedicated, that they of their own money, and spent for said child. So what's wrong with them then what's wrong with me then taking dedicated businesses, and people do it every day, all day. They move money around. Well, this was supposed to be for this, but I'm gonna use it to pay for this because this is here now. And this bill is due now. And even though it's supposed to be for a bill that's due later, I got a bill that's due now. So I'm gonna take this money and I'm gonna pay this shit now, and then I'll take it later.
But you giving a scenario that's kind of like to fit your argument is really because because parents, single mothers also get a big tax credit at the end of the year, right? So that sometimes they might get back
You don't get a big credit. No,
might like right now the last time you get like 5,000 to 6,000.
No. Now you get if you do a standard, what is it, like $1,500 per person?
I'm telling you, brother.
And you get a deduction now.
Rico's rich, so it don't matter, man.
I
It
guess
ain't no big deal for Rico.
Stimulus is yes, because even my sons and them do. Now you get if you get big write-offs for child dependent credit, child care, but you gotta. But
Rico, you from the hood, bro. You remember how people used to say, listen, you from DC, you probably did it too. You look like them guys.
Yes. You know who
you probably said, let me claim your kid on my income tax.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna claim your kid on that. So they get a nice little piece of money for the kids.
You get a little piece of money.
Right. So that almost equates to the much you saying was a child support, $6,000 annually.
So I'm gonna say this.
Why won't they take from the $6,000 annually from that instead of in debt from that?
So I'll say this. Then and I'm gonna tell you,
this is all hypothetical.
And you from the hood, Negro, and matter of fact, you don't even have to be from the hood. Anywhere in America, when we get our income tax check, what we do? We splurging like a motherfucker. And then
you prove my point.
And the next month, all that money's gone. So the kid gonna be good January, February, March, April, May, all that income tax money is gone. It's gone. Mama might have bought a new car, some new furniture. Every year, that money's gone within 2 months. So what about the rest of the year? Because the kid's not gone after February. Kid is here. Damn, it's March. He's still here. It's April. Damn, they still here. Yeah, they still here. And that's all I'm saying is damn, he dropped.
He froze. Yeah, I think he's having a technical problem.
That's the only thing is I think that's the part that they leave out. And that's a fact. 30% of people who are entitled to child support get nothing. Nothing. I ain't saying they all us, but I know we got a nice chunk in that 30%. What you want to bet? What you want to bet? A nice chunk of that 30% look like us. And what I'm saying is, what's the message we're saying for those kids? Fuck them kids. And those mothers are probably not entitled to welfare. Because if she works, I know a lot of postal workers that are single black moms. They work for the post office. They ain't quitting their fucking job for no check. Are you crazy? Up here in DC, the federal government is full of black women that are single mothers. True. Huge, probably the biggest employer here in DC is the federal government. They all got jobs, 20 years. They don't get no damn check, and a lot of them ain't getting no child support. But they're not gonna quit their job and their benefits and their health insurance and everything else for no check. So when people push the narrative, I'm like, that's only for a woman that's already uneducated, unemployed, unemployable. Then hell yeah, she can. And they managed to learn how to live off that shit for 20 years. I don't know how you can do it, but there are some. But that's not no wild numbers. Even the ones I know that's getting a check, like Patrice said, we said earlier, a lot of them got to hustle. They babysitting other people's kids. They working under the table. Because that check that they getting from the state ain't that big. It's free money. I just think the manosphere, I push back on them pushing this narrative that these women are saying, ooh, I can't wait till I get me about 4 or 5 kids. And are you right? Okay. Come on, New Grove. You a dad, right? You be like, hell no.
I feel you.
And that's the narrative because I'm like, those $300, 5 kids, and you tell me all I get is $1,500 a month. $5,000 a month ain't enough.
Rico.
I'm gonna struggle with it.
Can we move the conversation on, man?
You can move the conversation.
Can we move the conversation?
I was right, you was wrong, and Clarence was definitely crazy.
That's the first time brother Clarence, I said,
get him.
What are we doing here? I was on a different plane. I said, brother Clarence was on another level.
He said they're not fathers, right?
Guaranteed, y'all. Y'all take about 2 or 3 days. Sit down and think about what I was saying. Y'all see
I owe you that, Clarence. I owe you that. I'm gonna sit down with it 2-3 days. I owe you that. You ain't stood me wrong yet, but I was like,
that's when you got to think about a little bit, new growth. But you gave me some good advice, so I took it. So it got me out of that one. All right, y'all. So let's move on. Let's move forward. Move the conversation forward.
Did you like the Claudine?
The Claudine?
Yeah, the movie.
Yeah, I've never seen it. I looked at it right there. Yeah. She's a beautiful woman. I don't know who she is.
Diane Carroll.
Yeah, my wife said she's seen it, so we're gonna check it out. Is it kid friendly?
The movie?
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna watch it with the family.
How old are your girls? How old are the girls?
10 and 7.
Yeah. Oh yeah, great movie to watch as a family. Yeah. I recommend all of the younger generation to really watch it because I honestly, we need to have a different perception of what single Black women look like and that they should be thrown away and don't deserve a man and they had to come in and play the role because they had no choice. They had to go to work. They had children, and even though they like they were on welfare because the man wasn't in the house for whatever reason, they stepped up. They took jobs and they took money from welfare because welfare wasn't enough. They did what they had to do to survive. But these are women still were worthy of a man. They were still worthy. That just because they were single moms doesn't mean that they had hit a wall. And like, because this movie came out in the 70s and she was in her 30s in this movie with 5 children. And I grew up watching these women have good endings to their stories. I just don't want the perception of single Black moms to be the Britney Winners of the world in our community. It's just not that narrative.
No. And I'll tell you one other great one, you and your wife, and I'll tell you this, to watch this without the girls, maybe late at night, Mahogany.
That's with Diana Ross.
Diana Ross and Billy D. Williams. It's a love story. And the only reason why I say they got the one scene where the white guy violated Diana Ross, remember? Because he was liking her and he made her get naked in front of him. So don't watch that.
Is this the Billie Holiday type thing?
Billie Holiday was the movie she did, Lady Sings the
Okay.
That's a good one, but you know, Billie Holiday had some issues with dependency and alcohol.
Right, I got
But Mahogany is a good love story, a beautiful Black love story with Billy D. Williams and Diana Ross, and the music she sang. I think she did most of the music for it. You know, that was that song, Do You Know Where You're Going To?
Yeah, she did. And I said we need to. I think that one will be a good one to do.
Yeah, we're gonna do that one next.
Because this whole idea of the modern woman and you know the independent woman and the boss woman. Because in this movie, Diana Ross goes away. She leaves the man to go away to pursue her dream, for her dream, her career. And but I don't want to tell it all. But she comes back, and it's a beautiful love story.
Beautiful love story.
Our community needs to see these type of perceptions so minds can be changed and attitudes and things can be changed of how we view each other as men and women.
Yep. And in that story, she wasn't traditional. Billy D. Williams was still an alpha. He went with no beta, no simp, none of that stupid shit. You know, it was a great love story because he was doing his career, but he wanted his wife, he wanted his woman, if she wasn't his wife at the time. We ain't gonna tell her. We're gonna do that next. If we don't do that Thursday, we're gonna do that next Tuesday, Clarence. Put Mahogany, get the clips. That's a great one. But watch that, Brother New Growth. You and your wife will, if she hasn't already seen it, you will thank me for this one. Mahogany is
I appreciate it.
That's a serious tearjerker. Beautiful Black love story, powerful themes, you know, about, you know, how you work out, you know, friction.
And it's from in the urban, in the hood. Listen, in the hood on the south side of Chicago where I grew up. The poverty, they talk about the part, like this is their reality, this is their world, and how they both overcame that. Even though they, you know, she went off to pursue her dreams because, you know, in this manosphere, I hear that, you know, the modern woman, you know, they just want the woman to stay home and cook and clean and not work. But, you know, let's be real about the world we live in, the world we live in. And it just needs to be seen more in a better light in our community so that we can stop having these conversations and thoughts and think so negative of each other. Because,
or even worse than that, Patrice, they told the lie that women in the 60s and 70s weren't career oriented when they were.
Yes,
they were just as career oriented as they are today, but they were limited to where they could go in their career. It's not like they wouldn't want to be hired. You had female lawyers and doctors. It was so few of them because it was so limiting. But they had careers and just imagine corporations back then.
Yes, and just imagine. This movie, Mahogany, was set in the 70s as well. So just imagine being a Black woman that wants to be a model that ends up being a fashion designer. Just imagine that dream for a little Black girl that grew up poor on the south side of Chicago that had this dream. So listen, these perceptions that are out here about the modern woman and how the woman need to be home and grab a mop and grab a broom and Like, come on.
And Mahogany was a great story for Black relationships at the time. Because when we saw that, man, everybody was like, wow, man. Every woman wanted to be Diana. Every man wanted to be Billy D. Their love story, how it came back. It was very uplifting.
Let's do Mahogany, y'all. We'll do
Yeah,
Mahogany.
we're gonna do it. Yeah, that was that kind of uplifting story.
All right, let me do some shout outs real quick. Yeah. Shout out to Brother Von Eric. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. And MK, glad to have you in the building. I appreciate y'all. All right, so we're gonna move on. We're gonna move the conversation down the road. I got a question for y'all. What are some causes of Black single motherhood? What are some causes of it? Like how are ways that Black single motherhood, because I want to get away from the stereotype. The stereotype is that the Black woman is just so difficult to deal with that nobody can stand her, and therefore they just stand away from her. I don't think that's the issue. I think we have some cultural misconceptions on either side, but as far as the Black woman just that irritating and just difficult to deal with, I don't think that's on a mass. I don't think that's on a major level. No. So what are some causes of why are so many Black women single, especially typically the mothers? Why are so many of them single in this day and age? I think, what is it, like 70% or something like that? What? Yeah. Why are we experiencing that?
Here's a couple things. As far as the difficultiness and things like that, yes, I do believe that Black women are that 100%, not 100% difficult. I believe that 100%. And the reason why I say I believe that 100% because I believe that to be women, period, not a Black women thing. It's a Western woman thing. They have gained levels of freedom and independence that they never had before, and they're not giving it up. Now, I don't necessarily think they should. And I say that because I'm married to a Latino woman who's just as fiercely independent and stubborn as any Black woman I've ever been with. I've dated white women the same way. They're not going back to being bullied and bossed and bowed down to you just because you a man anymore. And I ain't never looked for it. I didn't look for it, but I see that, and that's just the way that is. I think for us, and it's a double-edged sword, I think it's a triple-edged sword. Culturally, I think we gave up on marriage more so than other, because at one point we were even more married than white people. But I think we quit on the idea of marriage the fastest. Okay, there may have been several issues and reasons for it. However, we're not the only people that quit on the idea of marriage, because the white community and other communities as well. Again, I keep hearing people speak about, oh, the Latino community. I'm like, are you fucking Latino? No. Have you ever been married to a Latino? No. Do you live with one? No. Then stop speaking for them. Okay. I'm married to one. I've been for the last decade well versed in that community. They got the same motherfucking problems we got. Same rates of teen pregnancy, same rate, and all them men. Every Hispanic man in my family, every last one of them, except for actually one Hispanic woman that I know of in my wife's entire circle is submissive to her husband. Only one. And her husband is Chinese. Wow. All the rest of them have Mexican, Salvadorian, Peruvian husbands. And those motherfuckers are yes, honey, no, honey, yes, honey, no, honey. So when I keep hearing this narrative about that, I'm like, no, they don't. Are you fucking kidding me? Now, when I go to those countries, it's more skewed. I'm like, those are first generations. When they come into the US and they start to become westernized, they adopt the ideals and the cultures and the beliefs of the society, of the greatest society that they're in. They will bring their culture, but this false belief that they hold on to it through thick and thin, I would believe, and I have a Japanese daughter-in-law. The Asian culture is the one that's probably the hardest to break out of. It'll take them several more generations before, say, a Japanese American or a Chinese American is fully American. But the Hispanic community, after one generation, all that shit from back home is gone. They still speak Spanish. That's it. That's about the end of it. As far as their behaviors, their attitudes, it's a Western ideology. And with that, people in, I don't know about England or so forth, but they just like we're losing religion, as they say, you know, it's proven statistically, every year we're becoming more and more secular and less religious across the board. Whether you're Jewish, Muslim, Christian, Catholic, Hindu, whatever, fewer and fewer people in those communities are maintaining those religions. People have become more secular. People are not buying into the idea of marriage. I think people still want to couple, but they don't want the government sanctioned commitment as much as they do in the past. Can it change? Sure. But I think we're going to eventually end up being a country of more unmarried people, but not fewer couples than married in the title. The title husband and wife will become fewer and fewer, but people will still couple. You still want to be with somebody. I just think that that's a westernized ideology that's starting to take root, and people are. So I don't know.
Can I just piggyback on Rico?
Yeah, come on.
And I'm only going to speak for the Black community because that's the community I care about first and foremost. I've seen over these last couple of decades, a lot has taken place that has changed the dynamic of why there are many causes of a Black single mother. And it is so multifaceted, guys. It's not just one thing. Feminist movement play a part. The fact that the mom and dad didn't make it plays a part. Maybe there was plans to marry. Maybe they got married and then got divorced and she's still a single mom again. It's so many different reasons. This is why I'm not just buying into the stereotype that they're single moms because they choose to be. And maybe there are some that choose to be, but I don't believe that is the norm. That may be the exception. There are so many different scenarios. And then now with this generation, they want to live so many different alternative lifestyles. It's multifaceted reasons in the Black community as to why there are Black single moms. A lot of them are left single moms because the baby fathers is no longer on this earth. They might have got M'd. They might be in prison. It's so many. So, but to just say that Black single moms are that way because they want to be, no, I'm not. We should not buy into that narrative. Sometimes it don't work out. Listen, I told my own story of my son's father. We had plans to be married. He went off into the service. He called me and broke my heart. He broke my heart in the middle of him being in the service. Changed his mind. Didn't want to marry me. Broke my heart. He's the first man that broke my heart. Okay.
I'm gonna kick his ass when I see him.
But when we good. But listen. Then when you're young, it affects you differently, right? My heart was broken, etc. But now I promise you, I'm so glad that we did not get married at that young age just because we had a baby together. So I don't regret my part of being a single Black mom in that accent because I grew up where I had a village help me raise my son. I truly did. So I'm looking at the difference as to then and now. You understand? And we have the conversation and we laugh and talk about it. And I told him, I said, listen, I'm glad you broke my heart. I wasn't glad then, but I'm glad now because we were young and I don't believe it would have lasted because we would have been getting married for the wrong reason. I don't believe you should just get married just because you have a child either.
Yeah.
So it's so many multifaceted things in the Black community is the reason why a Black single mom is a single mom, and it also plays a part in that dad chose to leave her and make her one. He didn't marry her. Maybe he promised to marry her. It didn't work out. Something happened. He went to prison. He got deleted. It's so many Now you want to you live an alternative lifestyle. Now you want this. Now you want that. Now it's this way. Now it's that way. Listen, the whole poster child for a Black single mom should not be in a light where it is putting the poster child as Brittany Renters of the world, when there are so many good Black single mothers out here that are doing it right. And why aren't we concentrating on that? Is what I'm wondering. Why in the manosphere in these YouTube streets we're only putting a light on a single Black mom as if the Brittany Renters of the world, as a woman that wants to just dump the load of babies by all these different celebrity guys, and she come up and get the bag for the next 18 years. Like, come on.
Well, that's the what they're putting out there, Patrice, and we got to figure out why they're doing that. Hold on, let me do some shout outs real quick. Shout out to my man Big Rick Slaps. If you haven't already gone over to Knowledge and Relationships, gone over and check out the newest, hottest show out there called Easily Riggs over there with Big Riggs and Be Easy. Man, I'm telling you, don't miss it, man. Hot like fire. Okay, so let's move on to.
And let me just say this too, because every woman that a man broke her heart didn't make that woman become a scorned woman. Let me be clear about that. Every woman, Black single mother that was left a Black single mother is not scorned women. I was heartbroken, but I got over that, and I wasn't scorned. I never put child support on my son's father. Never, ever. Even when he went through his hardship and dealt with his addiction, had to get out of all of that. I never kicked him when he was down. And we have these conversations right today. So I don't want this light of what the Black single mom should look like in a negative manner. Let's concentrate on uplifting that and looking at these women. Lift the women up that are Black single mothers that are doing it right. Why can't we do that?
Well, we're gonna figure it out. We're gonna figure it out by the end of the show, Patrice. Brother New Growth.
Yes, sir.
What are some causes of Black single motherhood? What is creating this situation that we have single motherhood exploding, and also what are some things that are creating these negative stereotypes of Black single motherhood?
Let me start with the last one. The negative is coming definitely from media propaganda. I mean, I consider YouTube media now. You know, like a lot of people on here. This is a large outlet because I don't even watch TV no more. I'm just on here, so this is where a lot of us get a lot of our information from. That right there, a lot of the negativity is coming from scorn, hurt men. You know, a lot of the negativity is coming from, let's keep it 100. I love you, OG, but a lot of these women out here living foul. Now, I ain't going to say a small majority. I'm talking about a lot. I'm here in Atlanta, and I know
You're
women
right.
that
It's true. It's absolute truth to that.
Graduated from Spelman and all these nice colleges out here living. They Instagram page look like they work at the local strip club, and they work down here at a Fortune 500 company. So it's a mindset that everybody wants to be the same thing, and that's the biggest problem, and I see a lot of fear in our people. Just period. Fear manifests itself in so many different ways. It's not like necessarily running from a person that's trying to attack you. It's running from commitment. It's running from obligation to, hey, I know I got my wife has a friend who was pregnant. And I'm just like, okay, you know, she wasn't married or nothing, but before the baby was born, they were broke up. I'm like, how y'all break up in the first 9 months? It's a lack of respect and a lack of commitment. And I think a lot of that comes from fear. Like, oh, you ain't gonna do this to me 5 years down the line. You ain't gonna leave me with this baby, or you ain't gonna pin that baby on me and it's another man's baby. All of this is moving in fear. We got to start having purpose, and we had to have responsibility as a community. Like, you have a baby with a woman, you know, and y'all like each other, but you know, I ain't really like. We was talking about Lori Harvey the other day. Y'all was right. Let her go. Because if she's with you a year and she's saying she's heartbroken that they break, just sign and get married and know that you're making a lifelong commitment. Like you said, alternative lifestyle. We have too many different options. It's like we going in the Baskin Robbins of life. We can't pick a flavor. We in there doing this. We stay in the line for 3. And I no diss to women. I love women, but you know, you give women too many options. Like, I can't give my what option like where we going to eat. Nah, I want this. Or let's go. Nah, I feel like this. We'll be 45 hours just trying to figure somewhere to go. Sometimes a lot of women want structure and men to come into their life and say, hey, we had a baby. You know, I love you. I wasn't thinking about marriage, but it's my responsibility. You know, because a lot of times we sit back and say, well, I'm not ready. And what's really going to make us ready, though? I mean, when in our minds are we ever ready for marriage? Are we ever ready for children or things like this? Or ever ready to sign a 30-year commitment to buy a $400,000 house? You know, you're never really ready. You just have to step out there on faith and move with the process. We like to, it's the process. It's not the end result all the time. So I think a lot of the women, man, we just gotta stop being scared to take on that responsibility as Black men and step up to the plate. And if it goes wrong, that's on her, right? We did ourselves. God is gonna reward us for doing our part. Let's not be scared of the responsibility to save our community. And like you said, brother Clarence, with the movie, I love this movie thing that y'all doing because my daughters don't know what love is. There's no more love. There's no more Freddie Jackson. There's no more Harold Melvin in the Blue Note. They don't know love and music no more. So how they really understanding sticking it out? Or my favorite song, and this is me and my wife's favorite song, is David Ruffin, A Simple Man. You know, that's me. I'm just a simple man. And it's just like, it gives me motivation to keep moving. She loves A Simple Man. We don't have that in music no more. We don't have any soundtrack to where we trying to get to.
Well, that's a whole nother discussion, but
Yeah.
but no. I mean, for us to really expand on it, because what happened, how they got us now is, remember, like you talking about David Ruffin and Harold Melvin and Blue Notes and the OJs and just groups. What did they have in common? Our groups, we harmonized, we worked together. There was an element of togetherness, even in singing. There was a group of together. Now, what do these big companies do? They whittle it down to one person. Now. They will it mostly one person.
I'm gonna have to spank you, bro, Negro.
Go ahead, bro.
Wait. You can spank them. Hold on, wait. Let me finish this point real quick. So now they got everybody down to just one person. Why? Because if you want to make a change on something, it's easy to talk to one person than 3 or 4 people, right? So you can do it, and then it costs you less money dealing with one person than to deal with all these other people. So it really comes down to money, and money has affected it. But that's a whole nother conversation. Go ahead, Rico. It was my turn, but I see you're gonna cut me anyway because that's how you DC dudes do. That's how you DC dudes do. But that's okay. But you cut me, Rico. That's fine.
I'm trying to help brother New Growth and the babies.
Okay.
Baby, look, you and mama will love it, and baby friendly music. I'm gonna say one man's name, Bill Withers.
Oh yeah.
His entire catalog.
Grandma's Hand and all that.
That's my favorite song right there.
Entire catalog.
Yeah.
Blows it out the water.
Right.
Bill Withers. His entire, he got an album or two. Them girls that you want to teach them about love, like I said, Grandma Hand, and just loving yourself, loving your spouse, loving your kids, all that stuff. It's like, that's music. That speaks to the soul, the mind, everything. Same way
And
we
I
doing with
was,
these movies. Same thing.
Right.
yeah, I'm so glad I was raised up in an era where I love that type of music. I was just listening to it last night, the OJ's Stairway to Heaven, and
Yes.
just all of the beautiful songs of love that spoke of love. We don't hear very rarely these days, and I'm so glad I raised my son from that. Even though he's a Gen Xer, he likes certain forms of rap. But I'm
Right.
telling you, so when I saw his playlist, it's majority old school R&B and soul music, and
Right.
I
That's
love it.
dope. That's dope.
Look, listen to that song by Luther Vandross and Gregory Hines. I Want to Be Loved. Oh, you talking about you want to be loved song? Luther Vandross, Gregory Hines. They did a song together called I Want to Be Loved. Oh man,
Okay.
that song was bad. 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 I'm telling. I going to some because I like me and Patrice, like Patrice said, I grew up during the era of the R&B balladeers, as they call them.
Right.
They called them balladeers. That's we know, we like I said, hip hop wasn't even a thing. But
Right.
the balladeers were the Luther Vandross, like I said, Bill Withers, even like I said, Gregory
Shout out to
Hines
Von
started
Bryant.
as a tap dancer, went into movies and started singing. Bobby Womack. And then what's the guy everybody freaks out about, the white boy that be killing it, that they didn't believe he was white. Oh Jesus, I just had this.
Michael McDonald.
No,
John B.
no,
That's a
John
little
B.
too
was that. No,
90s.
this was an old. I'll tell you his name in a second.
You talking about Michael Bowe? Michael Bowe?
No. I'm gonna tell you right now. Give me
Wolfman Jack.
Bobby.
Oh, Bobby Caldwell.
Bobby Caldwell.
I used to work with Bobby Caldwell. I background for Bobby Caldwell.
You didn't know when I first heard. I was like, oh my God, that's a white boy.
Yeah. What you won't do for love.
What you won't do for love.
Mm-hmm.
You listen to that with your eyes closed, you will fight somebody if they told you he was white. You don't believe what you won't do for love. Bobby Caldwell. And because he played the piano,
song.
I went and saw him live, him and Norman Brown, the guitarist, 2 years ago. And
That's another good dude you really should listen to, New Growth. You seem like a type of dude that'll really gravitate to Norman Brown, man.
Oh, Norman Brown, who's I'm big into jazz, so Norman Brown, Michael Franks,
Michael Henderson.
Duke,
Michael Franks, another.
Yeah, Michael Franks, George Duke. That's why I got. That's why I stayed the island because of
What
the
about
island
Grover
theme.
Washington?
Grover
Washington,
Washington, for sure. Boney James, sax player.
Hey, this is the one show you need to listen to Rico. All the shows, the other shows we didn't do, you don't listen to him. But this one, he's hit all the nails on the head.
I'm gonna hit y'all with my playlist and my playlist artists. Y'all gonna be like, whoa. I'm like, those dudes that they still, if you even, and look, if you got the app, I do Spotify, but if you got whatever, most of those artists and their old songs are on there. So if you got the app, you can put a playlist together, and sometimes I just drop that bad boy, be sitting out back, and I float off to another
Okay, and I got a gig with Jeffrey Osborne here in Arizona.
Wings of love, up in the
That's my baby there, Jeffrey Osborne. Wait. But Rico, hold on. Not just that song. Now, when you talking about when you're talking about Jeffrey Osborne, you got to take it back to LTD, baby. Love Ballad.
Oh man, hold on.
You gotta take it back to, and one of my favorite. I know everybody's favorite slow song by LTD was Love Ballad, and it's a classic. But my favorite was, which was my wedding song. That and that last was We Both Deserve Each Other's Love. Just listen to that song.
What about Where Did We Go Wrong? That's a good one too.
Oh my God, that's a good one. Listen, I got a gig with Jeffrey in September here in Arizona as a background singer. First time. I'm so honored. I'm so honored.
I apologize to our audience for that outburst from Rico Young. I apologize. I'm sorry, Patrice. Tell us what you're gonna do with Jeffrey Osborne.
What's that?
Tell us where you're gonna be with Jeffrey Osborne.
I'm going to be at the Chandler Center for the Performing Arts in September with Jeffrey Osborne here in Arizona.
All right. I'm sure Patricia's
That's
gonna
dope. That's
keep us up
dope.
to date with that. All right.
Oh, and
y'all.
don't forget, you only have to tell you anything Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Earth, Wind, and Fire, the Isley Brothers.
Oh, Jesus.
Come on now.
Now, New Growth. You familiar with the Isley Brothers, right?
I seen them live like 5
Oh,
or
well,
6
then
years
we ain't
ago.
gotta tell you nothing. We ain't gotta tell you.
Yeah. I'm on it.
already
I'm on it. But I mean, I love to hear. Y'all remind me of my older uncles and aunts. I lost a lot of them early due to the the drug epidemic. But this reminds me of just listening to them and how they reminisce. This is what I want our kids to have because they listen at. They listen at
anytime. Yes, you're right, New Growth. At any time. Listen, my question is the music that's out today, I wonder, is it going to be relevant 30, 40, 50 years from now? The way our music is still relevant.
Yeah.
Like these people that are still living, like your Shaka Khans, your Jeffrey Osbornes, your Gladys Knights, your Patti LaBelle's. These are people that they classics. They still live on right today. They can still do a concert and make money. That is the difference between. I'm wondering what the difference in the music going to be that's out now. Are they going to be considered classics 20 years from now? Your Al Greens. Don't leave my Al Green out.
Oh, Lord.
Come on now.
Yeah, I got to do a whole show about the.
Hey, but New Growth. If you really now, I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna let Patrice and Rico tell you some more songs, but artists. But if you really want an artist that was still funky, but was definitely up to date on the struggle that was going on at the time.
Don't say Curtis Mayfield.
Curtis Mayfield too.
That's my favorite, Curtis Mayfield.
Stevie
Wonder
too.
There's
a lot of songs that reflect.
Now you talking about genius, Stevie Wonder.
Yeah, he has a lot of songs that reflect what was actually going on at the time. So,
absolutely.
And they still funky, what I'm saying? So yeah.
But
I mean, that album, man. Listen, Superstitious classic. You know what I mean? Classic songs.
But the classic,
Brother Clarence was on. Brother
his
Clarence, you back on my good side, man.
Stevie's classic album.
I got back on the right side, brother.
Yeah, you back on there, man.
But Clarence, Stevie and Patrice, Stevie classic album was Songs in the Key of Life.
Key of Life, yes.
That was
album.
his classic
album. Yeah.
Songs in the Key of Life.
Key of Life.
That whole album was just banger on banger on banger on banger on banger.
I like Intervision.
You wore
I even got Hotter Than July.
Hotter Than July was bad too. Hotter Than July. And this goes to show you how much we love music in those times. We remember the name of the albums back then.
Hey, Patrice, you know what my wedding song was? My first song. And my wife picked this. And I didn't think she knew. I was like, are you fucking kidding me?
I already know. Ribbon in the Sky.
No. Stevie at all.
No, I know. I bet I know. Oh,
it was
okay.
The OJs.
Which one? Stairway to Heaven?
I was like, what? Forever Mine.
Yeah.
That's my favorite. Now that's my favorite OJ song. That's my favorite OJ song.
In time.
But you know what? You know what I thought she was getting ready to say? Rico, I thought you was getting ready to say, which is almost everybody's, always and forever.
No.
Each moment with you. A dream to me that somehow came true.
That's a great list.
Brian said, wait, let me read it, Rico. Von Brian says, Ahmad Jamal, Freddie Hubbard, Miles Davis. Man, Miles is heavy. Yeah. And you know what's a good autobiography to read? If you really want to see some twists and turns, read Miles Davis' autobiography, man. Oh my God, man. You're never gonna there's so many things in that thing you'll never expect, you ain't gonna see coming. John Coltrane, Jimmy Smith, and just to name a few.
All those are hitters. Those are hitters.
But I'm talking about a good autobiography, Miles Davis autobiography, because he talks about how I think he's from Memphis, Yeah, he talks about how in the 20s, his people was living in Memphis in some kind of way. He just happened to not be around. They had not happened to be around, and they had the white people were striking, and from the pork factory, and the black people was scabs coming across the line to go work, right, for like half the pay or whatever, or a quarter the pay, and so they just went around to start killing black people. Just went around. This is in the 20s. I think it's in Memphis, Tennessee. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, man. Because
they were still lynching back then.
yeah, but they just went in, but nothing. But his point was nothing ever happened. There wasn't no investigation to find out.
Yeah,
who
no
did what.
investigation, no repercussions. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
and I will y'all check my OG channel out on YouTube because I just dropped 3 new videos of me performing because I performed Sunday night.
Yeah, what's the name of the channel?
Okay.
OG Patrice.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah. I know.
Vaughn, drop my link, honey. Drop my link. Because I'm starting to pick up and get some more work, so I'm gonna be performing more on a regular basis. So I did. I performed Sunday, and I dropped 3 videos of my performance on my channel. So
you just got. I'm your 103rd sub.
All right now. All right.
Damn right.
All right. I'm gonna put that out there. Okay. All right, y'all. So let's
but
start.
Yeah, those are some. But see, those are. Am I thinking? Let me just say this. Not only are these some great examples of and shit, we forgot the number one, well, not the number one, but one of the huge singer entertainers that was also out there in the community dealing with shit during the times that did not shy or run away from it. Mr. Motherfucking Harry Belafonte.
Yeah, Belafonte.
Because he was big in the music, in the entertainment, and music, movies. And constantly out there fighting for the rights of fucking people.
They were active. These people were activists as well.
So
yeah,
that's what Stevie was.
And before I forget, I want to give a special shout. I don't know if he's listening, but my brother in music is one of the main reasons why I got this gig with Jeffrey Osborne. He actually helped hook that up. My brother, Big Time Drum. If you're listening, brother, thank you. I appreciate it. When you know people in the business, and that's what we did for so many years, we will help people by giving people hookups. If we know people that know people that know people, and he and I know some of the same people in the business, so he knew somebody, made a phone call that's connected to Jeffrey Osborne, and wop, bop, blue, bop, bop, bam, boom.
Excellent.
Your girl gonna be backgrounder for Jeffrey.
Excellent.
You never know who you know. You never know who somebody knows. You never know.
Just act like you got a little bit of sense and you good.
Yeah, man.
Oh, but Jesus,
don't be like Rico.
Right. But you know what, brother Negro? take a note of that. I gave you a good movie.
Yeah.
Nina Simone.
Nina Simone was good too.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I love Nina.
Yes.
I love Nina Simone, Nikki Giovanni. I love those
the track record is endless, you know.
Yeah.
It's endless, man. I appreciate it.
So
especially you, brother Rico. Because you know, DC, I say I appreciate it because most of y'all DC dudes, y'all don't come and take nothing. That's all y'all do is take it. y'all was take money and
but
all
you know what?
Hey, this is what singing's supposed to sound like.
You finna play a little bit for us, bro?
In a little tent, whoa, and just like a river I've been running, ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know.
I'm just giving you a taste. Just giving you a taste. You have to go to Patrice's page and see the rest.
That thing.
Give you a little taste.
That's
right?
Sam Cooke too. Yeah.
You got to go over there and go over to Patrice's page. But I just wanted to show you.
I would line my generation and our music up against anybody's.
I want to show you what a real singer, real song singer sounds like, and Rico. You see the difference too. You'll know if Rico ever starts selling tickets to his concert, don't buy them.
But here's the thing.
Y'all generation thorough. Rico.
That music was so good at that time. It spoke to your soul.
Right.
It made you believe you could sing.
And it
just-
moved the revolution too.
It moved.
Oh my God,
you.
yes.
It
I mean,
moved.
that song there, "A Change Is Gonna Come," was the song of the civil rights movement. That was the civil rights movement song right there.
That stuff moved you. It moved your spirit, your soul. You know.
Oh, absolutely, Vaughn. Absolutely. Those ladies are brilliant.
Oh,
Love all of them.
Sarah
Love all of them.
See, that brother Vaughn, he's so smooth. I can see the people that he's naming fit his personality. You know.
Oh, absolutely.
Sarah Vaughn. Yeah, dope, man. I love this, man.
Billy was my favorite.
Let me ask you, who's the lady that Beyonce, I think, did the movie remake of?
Etta James.
Etta James. Woo! At last.
Bro Rico.
We apologize for that outburst.
Etta James.
We apologize to the whole YouTube
I love me some Etta
for that
James.
outburst that you just saw. That was not singing. That was not. No, we're not doing anything to hurt animals over here. I don't know what that sound was, but we're not hurting any animals over here. All right.
Bro Rico,
Yes,
I wish maybe one day you can bring your wife one day. Bro Rico, I portrayed Etta James for 2.5 years in Las Vegas.
Wow.
Really?
Wow.
I portrayed her in a production show at Bally's for 2.5 years. I'm gonna show y'all some of my pictures. I don't know. I think I might have sent it to you, bro, Clarence. I think I sent you one.
You sent me pictures of everybody. You sent me pictures of you and everybody.
If you sing any Etta James, you need to put that up on the page too.
Okay, I promise you, I will.
Yeah, because you know, Etta was the girl. Yeah,
I portrayed her for 2.5 years, which means, and when you do a production show in Vegas, you have to become that artist. I had to dress from the 50s. I had to wear the wig. I had to dress in the retro dresses with the, pump style shoes, the hair, the makeup, the whole nine.
I got one. Thank you, Lorenzo. You just hit my head. I'm gonna tell you the queen of the queen. Cause
Aretha.
Look what she wrote. Look at what Aretha wrote.
You talking about Aretha?
No, you see, put her comment up, Clarence.
Okay.
Oh.
This one?
The last one, yes.
Oh, Minnie Riperton?
Oh, yes. Minnie Riperton.
Man, that's the songbird of songbirds.
Man.
That's the songbird of songbirds, baby.
Yes.
I mean, that woman had she had a 6-octave vocal range.
Could break glass.
Wow.
I don't know if y'all know what octaves mean. That means,
the pitch.
She knocks it out the park.
Yeah.
Hey, Patrice, we black. We know what octaves are.
You know Rico don't know what that means.
I just want to make sure.
But let me say, she died young, I think, because she had cancer, right?
Yeah, she died. She died of breast cancer. Yeah, she had breast cancer.
31, 32.
Yeah, man.
Young, gone way too. Oh my God, that woman.
She a fellow Chicagoan like Curtis Mayfield. They actually
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they actually went to the same high school together, South Shore High School in Chicago. And Minnie Riperton. A lot of people don't know Maya Rudolph is Minnie Riperton's daughter. You know, Maya Rudolph is is the comedian on Saturday Night Live. Yeah.
She does movies. Yeah, Maya Rudolph is Minnie Riperton's daughter. You're right. Because she was married. I know she was married to a white Jewish guy.
Yep.
And she had the one kid. Yeah. He was the
No. They had 2 kids. They had a boy and a girl. They had 2 kids, a boy and a girl.
Okay.
So, Brother Clarence, can I ask you a question? Kind of tying this in with it. It's like these people this was an era where they had just as many problems, if not more, than we have today, right? But they still were able to come up with this feel. They had a feeling inside. It was a hope.
Yes.
Even when they were going through their addictions and they get ripped off and stuff like that. And that trickled down to, I think me and you in the same Generation X. Because when we started doing hip hop, we were sampling a lot of this stuff.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So
Dr. Dre was the sample king. Him and Puff Daddy.
Right. Where did we lose? Because in that era, I don't think it was that same feeling towards single mothers that we have today, because that's where the movie was from, Claudine, like the 70s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was just as many single mothers back then, do you think, or probably less?
I think it was probably about the same.
Right.
I wouldn't say it was so many by choice, but it was probably about the same.
Yeah.
So what do we think happened? Like,
and
where
this
did
is
we
the thing.
drop the ball?
Negro, most of the single mothers from the 70s were women that were married for the most part. These women that had got married in the 60s and 70s, and then they got divorced and they were left single mothers for the most part back then. It wasn't just women having a bunch of babies willy-nilly by men as much in the 70s as they are now. I will say that.
That's 100% correct. But even though they were married, they still ended up in the same place. But Patrice is absolutely correct. I would say pretty much all of them had kids as wives, but then the damn husband left for whatever reason.
Right.
The majority of them.
My mom and dad. My mom and dad was married for umpteen years, but by the time they divorced, I was a teenager. So my mom was left a single mother with 4 children. So but she had been married to my dad for over 10 years.
Before that. Yep, that's a fact.
Before that.
So you think we kind of like gave up or something? Because NBA old boy said something that was dope. He said Vietnam mess. I've been studying that era because
part of it.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, do you think we kind of just like
But hang on, the only thing like, say, but let me be clear. NBA old boy is absolutely right, but the only reason why I'm not gonna put a lot of it on Vietnam is because it's not a lot of people that serve. Even during the era of the draft, like we already know, only 1% of the American population ever serves in the military. So even if it's proportional, okay, 1 to 2% of the Black community serve. So that's only going to affect that percentage of that community. And I would say if 1% served doing a volunteer during the draft, it might have upticked to 3%, maybe 4%, because it was.
But don't they classify epidemic as 1%? Like they called, like Atlanta, it was an epidemic because they said more than 1% of the people are contracting it's a growing percentage in Atlanta of the HIV rate. So they say, and I remember reading, and they said like over 1% is considered an epidemic.
I'm not sure about that, but you may.
I'm not sure about that either, but
I don't know. I don't know. That's to be honest. I don't know.
Yeah, I do know that it's gotten really, really bad in Atlanta. But I want to say something else about the era we came up in. The music that we had helped us get through a lot of things.
Right.
Because because we could put music about love and surviving and staying strong and man and woman and that whole nuclear family setting. We could put those type of songs on. I could listen to in the 70s and feel good as a young Black girl about being a black in America. When I heard James Brown say it loud, I'm Black and I'm proud. I could feel good as a Black woman in a Black community growing up, hearing Marvin Gaye talk about what's going on, all the disparities and Mercy, Mercy Me, and like all of that like these are classic songs that I heard throughout my household my whole life that got us through so much. It got us through so much as a people and as a community. So it's just different. You can't put music on now for these times that we going through now with the pandemic and all of the people we lost and all of the crime and all of the, like, what can you put on except for the old school stuff? Because that's what I do. When I to get me through all of this the last 2 years, I put on old school music. I don't listen to nothing current because there is nothing current that helps motivate me and put me in that type of mood again to say, keep on fighting. When I did Sunday night, when I did that Change Gonna Come, because I know what I fight for my people with ADOS and all the other things. I love doing that song because it takes me back to that time where we were fighting for things. And it puts me back in that mode. So when I look at it, gives me that inspiration. It gives me that hope. And if we lose that as a community, what do we have?
Right. You're right.
Can I ask let me say this, NBA old boy. Can you tell me? Can you put a link where you got that from? Because I
Yeah, I
don't
was
think
gonna
that's
ask him about
accurate
that.
at all. But I actually have a link, and it says that we accounted for, I think maybe 14% of the war dead, while we were 11% of the population. So, black men made up 50%. I do not think that that's correct.
Yeah, that's very high. That's a very high number. But okay, so I'm gonna let me shout out NBA new boy.
Yeah.
The NBA old boy.
I rock
Shout
with
out
you,
NBA
brother,
old boy.
we push back on stats.
Okay. All right. So brother New Growth, you asked me what do I think is the situation why we transitioned from songs that supported the issues that we had into where we have songs now that pretty
and not
much
necessarily, not just necessarily the song, but the how we moved back then. What happened, like from your perspective, not just the music. The music played a major part in it, but just us in general.
I feel like we lost. We gave up. We just threw it in the towel. We don't fight for anything anymore. That's my feeling.
I have to start from the beginning. In the beginning, where we were talking about the late '60s and the early '70s, we were all on code. We were all on code that hey, we want things better. We recognized for the most part, we were all struggling for the same thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. At a certain point, this elite group of black people kind of started popping up.
Mm-hmm.
This bourgeoisie kind of class started popping up. So when they started popping up, the white supremacy could say, "Hey, man, you don't tell me you guys ain't got no more problems. Look, you got this rich person over here, you got this rich black person over there." And so it was a subtle way to get black people to take their foot off the gas and say, "Hey, you know what? We yeah, okay, that rich person, he's rich, but we as the masses, y'all still owe us for this situation back here, right?
Right.
That don't mean that this situation has been dealt with. It just means that this person is rich and they were fortunate enough to come through it. But that doesn't mean that we've all been given the same opportunity to be able to take advantage of this stuff. So we took our feet off the gas, in my opinion. Now, how does the music and the media play into it? Well, because we wanted to get into the television and music industry, we was willing to do the bidding of other people. And so before we can put on the kind of shows we thought of, we got to put on the kind of shows they want.
Right.
Right.
Minstrel. Yeah, right.
Exactly. So we had to put on stuff that's out of the mind of them and make that work. And then hopefully we could get to a point like a Bill Cosby situation where you can put on what you want to put on, right?
Right.
But that takes time. But even then, we put on something like Bill Cosby show, right? A lot of black people they didn't even like that. Right? A lot of our people didn't even like that. Now, that plus the crack epidemic really destroyed and kind of blew away the lid off the code situation where we as a code, we were
absolutely.
We had a code that we absolutely ran by, right? We had a code. Me and Patrice were talking earlier. Even back in the day, New Growth, the gangbangers would tell you to stay in school, right? You was a school age kid, they would tell you, hey, stay in school, do what your mother and father tell you to do, right? Even the gangbangers would tell you. Now, you know what I'm saying? So, but how did we get so disconnected from each other? And one of the things is from the music, because black people are musical people. We are rhythm. So when we hear a rhythm, we will naturally just get into a rhythm, except for Rico. We'll naturally get into a rhythm, right? We'll naturally get into a rhythm, right? But we're rhythmic people. So when we hear a rhythm and it sounds right to us, we will get with that rhythm. Whether the rhythm is right, whether it's going to drive us down the right path, or whether it's going to drive us down the wrong path. Now, before, when our musicians and everybody was all on the same code, they was all driving us towards reaching this objective, this joint objective of trying to make things better for our people as a group. As the 80s came in and the crack and all of this, and then us trying to break into get more involved with the mass media,
Mm-hmm.
Now we had to take on their we had to do stuff that they want us to do. We broke the code. The drug game broke the codes on a lot of different things, right?
Right.
Marriages fell apart.
Yeah, that
Kids
was
went
big.
into
That was huge.
to the foster system. Our kids were just abandoned. Some of
Right.
these people just abandon their children, right? There's a show on HBO called it's actually a show from that The Wire was actually derived from called The Corner.
Okay, yeah. Baltimore, yeah.
Yeah, if you ever get a chance, check
I
that
seen that,
check The Corner
yeah.
out, right? Check The Corner out. That's
Yeah.
another show where the man just left.
Right.
He had a good job, right? He was working for the post office. He had bought a couple of houses. He was making money he had a bunch of different ways he was making money, right? Got hooked on that crack, got his wife hooked on crack.
Mm-hmm.
They was gone after that, right? So
right.
I think a lot of that type of stuff happened to us. And then the last thing I'm gonna do is get into good political about it. So we had a guy in office named Ronald Reagan, came in office in 1980, left office in 89, right?
Mm-hmm.
This guy cut the education budget from the federal government. By 70% at least, slashed it, man, slashed it. So we had classes that taught us how to do different things in the school and taught us how to be more family oriented. We had what was that? Rico told me it was home economics. Home economics.
Yeah,
Right? They taught you how to make the little Doritos stick them in the oven with the cheese on them, and you brought them out. They taught you how to cook. They taught you how to do things.
Clarence, that was in jail. You learned that.
Taught you how to sew.
And then they taught you some family things too, right?
Yeah.
They had barber school. The women had
barber school.
The boys had.
But my point is, we're just talking about factors that affected this.
Right.
Auto mechanic.
Ronald Reagan cutting that educational budget, taking that money and throwing it into the Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Yeah, he threw it out there so that they could go out there and give money and guarantee billions more dollars to these savings and loans people, which we saw that debacle. Right.
But what the problem is Reagan took the government out of the business of being for public institution. Government was never. What Ronald Reagan did when he got into the government, he said he did the same stupid shit that this last stupid motherfucker we had. I'm gonna run it like a business. I'm gonna privatize it, and people are having a hard time understanding government and business is two different things. You can't run a government like a business. Like you can't run a business like a government. See, when you have a business, you have to have a dictatorship. One person, Elon Musk running Tesla, he tell those motherfuckers what to do, they go do it. Government doesn't work that way. Government doesn't work top down. Government tends to walk more bottom up. It's more bureaucratic. It's more rules-based. It's more structured. When Reagan came in, he obviously wanted the Department of Education. First of all, like I said, and what helped the most was when he said, "Fuck the air traffic controllers. I don't need you, motherfuckers. You're fired."
That was a whole nother thing right there, right?
So when he did that dick move and got away with it, and Congress did nothing to put his punk ass in check. Congress was supposed to have put him in check. They didn't. When he was allowed to get away with that, then he started this original Republican conservative ideology of where they like to say, drown the baby with the bathwater, because they've always felt like government bureaucracy, which certain parts of government bureaucracy is out of control. But rather than fix it, they want to drown the whole fucking thing, which will basically, even Steve Bannon said, just throw the whole fucking thing out. Then that would leave us without a government at all. And they're talking about rebuilding it.
But let me give them
disastrous.
Let me give them this is the nuts and bolts of what's happening with Reagan. Right? So Reagan took all that money. So what the government was doing was giving not only the schools money, but they were also giving the television stations money to broadcast programming.
Educational programming.
Educational programming, right? We had the after school movie and you had all these different things that was try to teach children different philosophies.
Show people
ways
that's
of
Sesame
thinking, right?
Street,
To be
Reading
better people.
Rainbow, and all
So let
that.
me show you what I'm talking about. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Yeah, let me show you. This is the kind of stuff that Ronald Reagan cut the money, because other TV stations had money to pay for this stuff, and when Ronald Reagan cut these budgets, this is what happened.
And it hurt us the most.
Yes.
I get my thing in action. To be, to see, to feel, to live.
That's right.
That's what's happening. I put my heart in action. To run, to go, to get, to give. You're what's happening. That's where I find satisfaction. Yeah. To search, to find, to have, to hold. To be bold. When I use my imagination, I think, I plot, I plan, I dream, turning in towards creation. I make, I write, I dance, I sing. When I'm feeling really active, I run, I ride, I swim, I fly. Other times when life is easy, I rest, I sleep, I sit, I lie. That's what's happening. I can take a noun and bend it. Give me a noun. That's both break and pound.
I wanted Brother New Growth to see a working thing of what I was saying. Now,
Right.
these kind of things used to come on in the afternoon. We got off from school, we came home. You see this, or on Saturday morning, you would
Right.
see
Like
stuff
you're
like
saying,
this,
it
right?
it was every weekend as well, nonstop.
Exactly,
Right.
right? Or you'd have to after school movie.
Do I'm just a bill. Do
And
I'm
the
just a
government
bill.
was
Yeah.
paying
That's
for
my
this
thing.
stuff. The government
Do
was paying.
conjunction function. Do conjunction.
Conjunction,
Ooh, I'm
okay,
proud.
conjunction.
Now I'm
Conjunction
not that much younger than y'all, so I remember.
Conjunction
I guess I
function
came in
smooth as
on
a
the
motherfucker.
outskirts, but I
Yeah,
remember I'm
and
just
see,
a
a
bill
lot
sitting
of
on
people,
Capitol Hill. I
yes,
remember all
and
of
a
that.
lot of
Yeah,
people
I'm
don't
just
know.
you.
A lot of people don't know that Morgan Freeman come from Electric Company, which was another good.
Yeah, electric company.
Bill Cosby as well.
Yes, he was the
Rita
guy.
Moreno.
Yes, Rita.
And believe it or not,
Morgan was the guy that sung "Easy Reader." He teaching the kids about reading and stuff, and he would sing this song.
Let me do Electric Company.
and people
Okay.
don't realize is that a lot of grade school and elementary school kids, their education was being reinforced at home
Yes.
by watching this.
You right on point,
Yeah.
Rico. That's it. That's what I
We
was
don't
just
have
thinking.
it.
That's
what I
how
was
I
just
learned.
It was for me.
Yeah,
I
you
learned
right.
from watching that what a noun and a
Yes.
verb
What a
was.
bill was,
Conjunction,
what a
how to
verb.
get a bill
Yeah.
passed
When
Congress. I
math-
learned that from all of that.
Hey, Patrice, elementary, my dear, 2 times 2 is 4. Elementary,
Yes.
my dear, 2 times 4 is 8. I learned how to fucking multiply
Right.
from that.
It was a priority. So I didn't know that's why it stopped because of the Reagan bill.
It was
So, okay,
government
I got
funded.
I got you. I didn't know that.
Government funded.
Wow.
It was government money that was creating. It was actually, the channel was called, and they still have it, but guess what they do now? They beg for money. The channel is called PBS, Public
PBS,
Broadcasting Station. They do telethons twice a year asking for
Yeah,
donations.
for donations.
Because the government
Okay,
said
so-
we're not going to fund you anymore.
Okay, so Bill Cosby had another show that he did besides the Electric Company called Picture Pages, right? So this is him and his wife on Picture Pages.
Picture pages, time to get your picture pages, time to get your crayons and your pencils. Picture pages, open up your picture pages, time to watch Bill Cosby do a picture page with you.
Well, there you are, and here I am. And this is the way I looked when I was in school, way back in the horse and buggy days. You see, I had this really mean teacher named Miss Camille. And whenever I said the wrong thing, she'd say,
William, march yourself right into that corner and put that dunce cap on your head.
now that's how I'd wind up over here wearing a dunce cap. Of course, schools aren't like that anymore. But back then, that's what would happen to me, especially when I'd want to say yay and boo.
William, we don't say boo in this classroom. We say, no, it is not good.
But Miss Camille wasn't always mean. In fact, She taught me how to do my very first picture page.
Come, William. We will now do picture page capital.
This is the kind of stuff that was federally funded. This was federally funded programming that Ronald Reagan took this money and he gave it to his buddies over there at Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae. So and we all know the debacle that happened at that point, right?
The crazy part about it is that shit was a detriment to our country because it. You know what he basically, when Ronald Reagan said that, he said, "Fuck you, poor ass people."
Yes.
Now it did
everybody,
probably,
not just black people, everybody.
No, it was poor people, right? Because PBS and this, Sesame Street, Electric Company, Reading Rainbow, all of these. Matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you what I used to fall in love with there. That was the first time. PBS, everybody talk about the white guy with the afro. They did the painting, Bob Ross. I used to fucking love watching him paint.
I make Rico. I let my daughters watch him now on the TV. They love him.
Yeah, man.
They
Paint the little
love
pretty
him.
trees there.
It was a pretty tree. Gonna make a little river. Gonna make a little bird. I used to watch the cooking show.
Look,
yes.
Don't forget Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood.
Yeah, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. There was so much shit that we got from public broadcasting state. I thank God it still exists, but it struggles with its funding because the government, and once they took it away, they made the shit permanent.
Right.
So it's so hard to get the money back in there from the government. Because for so long, they just had government funding and they didn't worry about it. They could put out whatever they wanted. But them sorry-ass white motherfuckers in the Republican Party didn't like them teaching kids. They didn't want them teaching
Rico, the black ones too, bro.
Okay, well, fuck them all. They didn't want them teaching poor kids. So they said, you ain't going to teach them niggas nothing. And that's the problem. I'm just glad I had an opportunity to, but I'm so heartbroken that my grandkids, they got to go to the internet. And my grandkids, when they go to the internet, yes, they look for their particular thing. But what's the problem is you can't filter out all the bullshit.
Yeah,
when we sat in front of the TV, there was no risk, new growth of your kids seeing anything else.
Right.
There was no risk. It was just like, watch PBS. And everything that whole day was wholesome and clean and good and educated.
Hey, new growth. That's how I got my second and my third son. My second and my third son is the result of the TV. And my son sitting in front of the TV watching PBS.
But the stuff was good. It was good.
Man, you didn't have to worry about it. You didn't have to worry about stuff like Clifford the dog and stuff like that. You didn't have to worry about what was.
Look, Curious George the monkey and the man in the
Curious
big yellow
George.
hat. Curious George, man with the big yellow hat.
Rugrats and all that. You didn't have to worry about
now,
stuff like that.
if you give your kid a tablet, he's on the internet.
Yeah, I had to take theirs away.
That's what I'm saying. Is we sat in front of whatever, like I think here, Baltimore Channel 32. That was it. You're gonna get good whole. Yeah, there you go, Vaughn. UHF on the knob. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, right.
Rabbit ears. That's all you gonna get. That's all.
And let me tell y'all this. This is so. I thank y'all, all three of y'all, for this discussion because I knew the surface about them, but I didn't grow up in this era. But y'all hit nuances that I didn't know. I haven't been able to reach. But you showing me that Bill Cosby, this clip right there, it sticks something in me like, wow, he was really into education hard. He was. A lot of his comments, not saying that they were right, but I can understand because that was his. It kind of gives you a different perspective. I thought he just saying certain things just to be contrary to the black community, but he had so much invested. That was his passion, right?
Yeah.
So you telling me this right now has me having a different viewpoint of that era when I just saw it and everybody said he was dissing us, which it may not have been the right thing to say, but you can understand it from a different perspective.
Yeah, he just saw us slipping off of the code, and he got frustrated trying to open our eyes to see what was happening. And so
Right.
I remember they kicked him off. That he was on a tour. He was on a tour with these millionaires, with Robert Kiyosaki and Oprah and some other different people. Man, he was Susie Orman, and they kicked him off.
Right.
They kicked him off because he was going in telling young black men, "Hey, you need to put your pants up and this and that." And so he got so controversial, they just kicked him off of the tour, and he didn't even do anything. But my point is, that's the time we're living in, where if you tell black men how to, to do good and try to straighten up, and it's offensive because it wasn't like that
the thing is this. No, but I got to push back a little bit. Bill Cosby's passion and desire was 1,000% spot on.
Yeah.
He just did it the wrong. He got so caught up. That was his problem. That was his problem. And I think what that happens is I think for him, and I kind of look at it and I think about it, it's like, I'm gonna set aside all the stuff he was accused of, because I ain't saying whether I believe he did it or didn't do it. That's separate. But it's issue around education and black people and then betterment. Even just taking that isolated, he still, what he said when he did the whole pound cake speech and the way he spoke disparagingly of us, as a community, was still fucking wrong. It was wrong, but like I said, it came from a place of, yeah, I know, yeah, you're right, India. Fuck you, India, over.
Come here.
Call you downstairs.
What?
NBA old boy. Hey, Clarence, tell him downstairs. I'd be happy if my mama just called me from in out. My mama would call me from outside. To change the channel.
Come in here.
I had to come in the house to stop playing.
Boy, if you don't get in here,
channel, right?
Get all the way in there, huffing and puffing. What? Turn the channel.
Look, you want the remote, nigga. You the remote. Do your job.
Yes, indeed.
So that's true, right? But what I'm saying
is, that channel be like, they say, what you say? Nothing.
So the only thing I would say this with Bill, and I loved him for his passion for what he wanted. He still, when he did the pound cake speech, and I listened to it over and over, I was like, Bill, you was just shitting on us. And what he was saying about the people with the saggy pants and this, that, whatever. But he painted a narrative as if that was all of us. That's where everybody got up in arms, because again, it's the same thing we're saying, like Sister Patrice said.
Yeah.
Came in hot and heavy. You can't paint all single black mothers like a fucking Brittany Renner or the worst of us, because the vast majority of them are not. So when Bill painted the black community one way, all of the 90% of the black community, like, we don't do none of this shit. Why the fuck are you shitting on us? Was up in arms.
Right.
That's the mistake. And the reason why people fall into those mistakes is because Bill Cosby became, when he did the Cosby Show, he was huge. You ever heard of I Spy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, see what I'm saying? That's back in the 60s. First time black man on a major television show, prime time in the 60s, with a white guy. They was CIA agents or some shit like that. I Spy, Tennis Pros, just whatever. So Bill Cosby broke through a lot of barriers all through his life. Right. Now, what happens is each time you break through a barrier, you start to think you're a little bit bigger than what you are. Because he started out in the industry as a nigga. I'm sure they was calling him a nigga. But each barrier he breaks, he start hearing more Mr. Cosby. So you become a little bit more impervious to who you are. And when he got to that space, when he did the Cosby Show, now white people are loving him. But they really not. We love you, nigga, but. You know what I'm saying? That's always, we love you, nigga, but. And he got to that space, and he was at that space. People come up with this crazy ass shit. He wanted to buy NBC. I'm like, okay. Like, they're really about to let a black man buy a television station right now. Brian, what's the guy that owned the Weather Channel? It's a black man that owns the Weather Channel.
Oh, you talking about
Brian?
Oh God!
He just sued McDonald's.
Yeah, he on Bounce. He on Bounce.
is a
I
his
see
name.
his face. He's a comedian.
Yeah, he owns a lot of shit.
God.
He's a
I can't-
billionaire.
Yeah, he's billionaire.
Brian Gumble.
No,
No,
Not
not
Brian
Brian
Gumble.
Gumble.
no. This guy's a comedian.
Right. Shit.
He had a
Oh,
talk
my
show back in the day.
No, he owns the Weather Channel today.
No, I'm saying he had a
yeah.
talk show back in the day. I forgot his name.
Oh God, I forget
Byron
his name.
Allen, not Byron.
Byron Allen.
Byron Allen.
Byron
Yeah.
Allen, right. And he was he's a billionaire.
Right.
He's a black because he don't even do comedy. He stopped doing comedy forever. But he owned he sued McDonald's. He's just making all this money in all this way. So he's up there huge to Byron Allen, exactly. And so I'm like, okay, and he's got more fucking money than Bill Cosby. Because he's been doing all these business deals and buying assets and things like that. So the narrative that people are saying, well, they only went after Bill Cosby because he tried to buy NBC. He had enough money. I'm like, no, he didn't. Stop with the conspiracy theory shit. Bill Cosby just went, his passion about education, wanting to push the black community forward, and all that, and all the money and all the stuff that he gave to Temple University, because he's from Philadelphia.
He gave a lot to Morehouse.
A lot of other
Morehouse.
HBCUs. He gave to several HBCUs.
Yeah.
But the thing
All of that is
my
outstanding.
perspective on him
He
is
just overstepped.
understood.
He got too big in his mind to
Right,
be able
but-
to say what the damaging things he said.
But I also understood his righteous indignation because he was so fed up and disappointed.
Right,
with,
OG, right.
with where we were leading. So when he said it, I didn't take it personal. I didn't, you know what I mean? And you got to look at it as if it don't apply, let it fly. That's, sometimes we can get so sensitive over what is being said about us as a whole, but I don't believe he was necessarily talking about all of us as a whole. So I didn't take it personal. I know that from day one, all of the ends this man has been caused when he first started out, all the sacrifices he made for his people and us, and as much as he pounded education in us to see the road that we are now at now. This is what he was trying to get us to see, that if we don't stop it, this is where we're going to end up. And when he gave us his righteous indignation as a community, he was talking to those that it applied to.
Right. So
if it didn't apply to you, let it fly. But we as a community tend to, when somebody says something, we just always got to say,
sensitive.
Like we too sensitive, like he talking to all of us. I didn't take it that way. I knew he was talking to the ones that it applied to. And that is the thing. It's this man have done so much for our community, our culture, right? And like you said, put aside of the other stuff. I'm not even judging that. I'm just speaking generally. You gotta imagine for that man to come up and make it through the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, probably was called so many ninjas that it ain't even funny.
And literally take over the industry.
And just took that with a grain of salt and said, yeah, but I'm going to take advantage of whatever opportunity I get. And I'm going to come up and I'm going to give back to my people. And he did that. He was actually one that did that. It's many others that say they did or did very little. Or this man have given millions and millions of his money to his people.
And OG, like you were just saying, that a lot of us, like you said, you knew. See, you remember the shows that Clarence just put on. I think when I was younger, I think we got the end of Fat Albert. But we didn't know. We knew Cosby Show. So and it was a lot of my generation, the Generation X, when he said that we got offended because we didn't know the history. And I can see the same with Marion Barry. A lot of people didn't know his history, like Rico. That's why they don't understand. So I think
they look at the one bad thing, right?
It can
And
bring
they judge off of that.
Black women too, the single mothers. We don't know the history. A lot of these younger kids don't know the history of Black mothers and what. So now they don't
sacrifice.
So they need to know the history.
Yes, the sacrifice, and that's why we decided to do a lot of black movies, especially from those times, the black exploitation, because it was not just all bad. It was a lot of good that came out of that, and I'm glad that we are shedding this light and being able to share this with you guys because we want you guys to see that it is a different life. It don't have to be the perception of what is out here in these YouTube streets, what is being said and the titles that are being put on black single mothers and
Right.
even black men, as being that they all ain't no good. They all like the whole narrative that is pushed on that other female channel, the ones that want to abort black male babies and things like, no, because there are men that were in a light and that is in a light even today. But back then that came up, beat the odds, strong-willed men, persevered through life, through the music, through the job, through the education, through fatherhood, through being a husband, being a pillar in a community, having and gaining resources. This is what we need to be pushing back again in the black family, so that what's happening now with certain parts of the culture can be just a cycle that we can go through like we've been through so many other cycles and beat those odds. So this is why I'm glad we are doing this part of our culture and giving the younger generation a part of this history, because you guys really need to see what it looked like. It was not all bad, and our generation did not fail you guys like it's being portrayed out here like that. We wasn't perfect. We made mistakes. But listen, failure comes with lessons learned to do better. And that's with any generation.
All right. Okay, y'all, we got to close this thing down. I got to go to my boy's graduation. So
that's what's up.
Let's just get a new growth, man. But you'll see, brother. All right. So let's start with you, new growth, man. What's your closing remarks, man? What do you think, man? What can we do to make things better? What do you think, brother?
You asking me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. The daughter's knocking on the door. Make it quick. Tennis practice. But yeah, what y'all saying is perfect, man. And what it just taught me just from listening and just observing. First of all, we have to soak up the information from y'all, right? And I think a lot of times, the older generation want to blend in. I'm not saying y'all, but a lot of them like to try to blend in and still be young, and it doesn't allow us to sit back and be taught, right? So a lot of us aren't being taught because the grandmamas is hanging out with the mamas at the club with the daughters, right? So once I understand and I'm listening to y'all and I'm seeing all this information, right? So I know what y'all pouring into me. So if I'm out here doing something crazy and you might say something that I might not like, you might say it a way that nobody else can. You might, new growth, you acting ignorant as hell out there. And it's like, that would offend me. But I'm like, hold up, this man poured into me. I know what this man, so I'm going to have to get over my feelings and respect what he said, right? And that's how I think we have to be with a lot of things in our communities. A lot of us are caught in our feelings right now. So when a black woman say, "Hey, you need to step up to the plate," right? We caught in our feelings, like, nah, it's y'all. And then a black man might say, "Women, y'all need to, nah, it's y'all." Sometimes you gotta respect that person. If that person is living their life, and okay, you're gonna have to swallow that, and swallow that pill and move on with life. And 9 times out of 10, you swallow that pill and you're going to be able to be a man or a grown woman and come back and say, "Brother Clarence, thanks, man. I was out there running them streets too much. Now that I'm home, I feel it. My kids are acting better. The grades are going up. I'm more comfortable. My blood pressure went down. Appreciate that." So we just got to respect our elders and understand that they are there for a reason. And one last thing, OG Patrice, I know you say no. Check out Anthony Hamilton's last album called "Love Is the New Black." It's phenomenal.
I love Anthony Hamilton, and thank you, young man. I will absolutely do that.
Peace to y'all, man. I appreciate everything. You too, DC
hey,
Rico.
Man, thank you for coming out here. Hey, thank you for coming on, New Growth. Appreciate
All right,
you,
man.
Appreciate you, man.
I still got smoke for you, New Growth.
All right.
I get you on the next one though. I ain't done with your ass.
I got you.
All right, bro. All right, that was New Growth. All right, which one you want to go, Patrice?
I'll go, yeah, because mine's are fairly quick. You know, these last going on 2 years now, I've been on social media. I've seen more negative than positive, and I just want to be a part of the change for the good, for positive, showing that there is another way, that there is, you know, we got to continue. We are such a resilient race of people. We come from a culture of our ancestors were resilient all the way up until now. We just have to tap into that again, love ourselves enough to keep fighting, love each other more to keep fighting, build that community and village back up. I really believe, I'm not saying it ain't got to be like it was exactly back then, but I believe some of these values need to be brought back into our families, into our culture. The sense of positivity and community that we had. I'm glad that we're doing these series with the movies and the music because
it looks good. Looks like a good idea.
yeah, because this, listen, I see so much negative. I see so much fighting, gender wars, negativity, things that we're saying about each other. Let's flip the script. So if we can be a part of bringing something positive to light, especially for the younger generation, so they can think that we not just a bunch of failures and we failed them, you know, as elders. Then let that I want to be a part of that part of it, right? So I'm glad that we're doing this, and this is what I want to continue to do because I'm honestly, I'm so over, I'm so worn out, I'm so over the gender wars, I'm so over the negative talk of each other, what's wrong with each other. Let's show in the light and talk about what's right with each other. Let's do that. So I'm glad that we're doing these series here.
All right, sis.
Hey, whoa, Patrice, can you stick around for about 10 minutes after we shut down? Because
oh Lord,
tap in with you guys. Just 10 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Patrice, we'll put you down. All right, Mr. Dinosaur, what you got, man?
Great stream. I knocked it out the park like always. You were like wrong, always. Of course, but it's not your fault. You got to stick around a little bit longer for me to rub off on you a little bit more, and then you'll get your shit together. Hang on. I'm seeing the boss. Boss, Clarence said, "Can you come say hi?" The boss came home. She told me shut the hell up.
Yeah, exactly.
You hear?
And don't pay attention those 10 minutes, Beatrice. Ignoring that, please.
See the boss?
It looked like she know already who she dealing with.
Right. When the boss, I'm on a timer, right?
Shout out to the boss, man. Shout out to the boss.
Again, great show like always. We knocked it out the park. We gotta do mahogany, and then we gotta do the music. Because those are great.
Yeah. Hey, you know what is good? Then we'll start going through people's albums.
Yeah. So, Brother Vaughn, you got to come up too. You know, you got a little bit of a musicology, you know, so that, you know, because I mean, when you start pulling out all the jazz greats, the Coltrane, the Miles Davis, like I said, the Michael Franks, the Boney James, the Bob James, and so many others.
Yeah.
Man, they some heavy hitters. They are some serious heavy hitters, and what we need to be doing is, Brother Vaughn, is we need to be trying to educate this next generation about this real music.
You know, because
people need to start tapping in. And what I try to do is, I don't know if other people, I see it on the restream, we need to start dropping samples and say, hey, this is what this is about. Yeah. This is what, because I listen to a lot of instrumentals, and I try to tell people that shit will it will scrub your brain of all the negative toxicities and toxins in it. Makes me feel good for working out. You're a gym rat, put on some of these good jazz strings, man, you would rock out. And I would just lose space, time, spatial. It's just great. So I think what we did today with Claudine, we're going to get into mahogany. Well, mahogany,
Yeah.
okay, and I'm going to challenge you and Patrice and everybody in the chat, balladeers, ballads, love songs, because mahogany is pure love story. So don't come in here with no hip hop, no rap. Don't even come in with no funk, no disco, none of that. When we do the mahogany breakdown, I want nothing but love songs.
Right.
Good old school R&B love songs. If you don't know none, sit back, listen, and learn.
All right,
That's
come back
it.
and learn.
That's
All
it.
right, Rico. All right, Rico, I'm gonna put you down, man. I'm close the shop up. All right, and it's refreshing, man, to have a guy like New Growth, man, that's like, hey, man, you know, put me up on the game. We appreciate you, New Growth, man, because you made us reach in our grab bags and come up with some stuff, man. Appreciate you, man. And as long as there's a request out there, as long as there's a request out there, we will continue to do it. So okay, so you guys know mahogany is probably gonna be the next thing. As far as music, we'll see. All right, what do y'all think? Who came on the panel today? We had, I think, Brother New Growth. Doublemint tried to get up here, but I guess he had to go. He was, Doublement's at work, man, so he can't, just sit here online like he wants to. But he tried to get up here, but of course Rico was talking forever, so he couldn't get it. He couldn't get in a word edgewise. Anyway, shout out to Big Riggs. All right, so what do y'all think? What do y'all think, man? What do y'all think about the show today? Did we highlight? Did we break the mold that single moms? Did we break the molds? I'm gonna just call you back in just a minute. Hold on. Did we break the mold? Did we kind of get you guys to see that not all single moms are destitute, down and out, and laying off on different men? Yeah, there's a few of them out there playing games, but that's not the majority of Black single moms. So do we break that super myth? All right. So we went over Claudine. We went over a lot of different areas of Claudine. If you wanted to see that, go to the beginning, go to the replay, check that out. We will see y'all on Thursday, and we'll figure out what we're gonna do. If it's gonna be a movie or we're gonna have another kind of topic or whatever, we'll figure that out. If you want to see that, you guys can always email me. Go to my about page, get my email, and email me, Capable Clans. Why don't you do this on this or this or this or this? All right. I got to wrap it up because I got to get out of here. That's my wife calling me, probably make sure I'm still going to make it to my son's graduation. All right, y'all. We will see y'all on Thursday. Strong performance by Rico. Strong performance by Patrice. Strong performance by the chat. Strong performance by New Growth. Strong performance by everybody. Appreciate all of y'all. Thank y'all. Appreciate y'all. Y'all are the reason that makes it worth coming in here and doing this stuff, man. Just so we have a community of people that just can enjoy some of the things we're talking about. We appreciate y'all. All right, y'all. We'll see y'all on Thursday. Peace.